Good afternoon. So when we left off yesterday, we don't have a lot to do today, to be honest. So, I am in the process of. I've got a bunch of ends that I could sew already, and then we've basically got 2 chunks to go, and sewing of the ends. So this is not going to be some like 6-hour epic unless it takes me that long to sew the ends in. So part of me is thinking of sewing the ends in and moving on like we have been doing. But then I'd want to pull those closer towards me. So let's have a look where we're at. These are the ends that I've got to sew in. But, well, with my arm out straight, you can only see, well, from here, right? So I would want to bring that closer because I've got to be able to stare at the tiny little holes where the pins are. And I think, while these bobbins here, that are slightly off screen, there they are done and could be sewed off, I think what we will do is stonk down the last 2 sections, then sew the rest, right? Just because it allows us to move everything at the end closer to my brain cells and do all of that. So if we do the actual lace work first and sewing later, we can still put bobbins in sticks and keep them out of the way, so it's not like it's going to kill us. So we don't need you for the moment. So you are properly done. You are temporarily out the way because we will need you in a minute. And so 1, 2, 3. We need one of you for I think we need one of you. Hang on. Yes, we need one of you for the moment, because we need you to go across this time, and you're too long. Come on. So that was under. Something's gone wrong. Over. You are not the bobbin that I need. So let's undo you, because you got confused in the mix. So you go under. I think over, under. Yep. Now we can steal pins from all over the place, really. That. Now we're done with you for the moment. Pop you back in there. There you go. You really, come on, if you want to come up, come on. Yeah, come on. You can do it. There you go. And discover that your sister's already behind me, so now she's going to move because she doesn't want to annoy you. with the end of this triangle, the question comes, what should we do next? Now, a decent part of me says we should take a break and have a day in the life of something else. The problem is nothing ever's really a day. Nothing's ever really that short. So then it becomes, well, a week in the life of, and you know, that's not so bad. But when we've got 72 triangles to do, and somehow that still number doesn't feel right. Checking again, hang on. Calculator. 18 times 4. You know, it is 72, I'm not insane. So yeah, a week potentially is a triangle. Well, for each week we don't, and we do something else, we're adding a week to the end. And, well, is that really what we want? Now, the downside is, because of the size of squares and the amount of yarn that it takes, because clearly I am absolutely incapable of judging that, well, I've got to do my bobbins. I've got to, and well, that's not an easy task, and it doesn't take 5 minutes. So then, primary doing tomorrow is really off the cards. Now, a smaller thing still needs a reasonable amount of work, because I would need 2 load bobbins, maybe not as many, not as much, but I would need to prep some bobbins. I would have to prep the pattern, I would have to find a pattern, prep the pattern, stab the pattern, etc. So there really is no simple answer to having something ready for tomorrow. I mean, obviously, should I finish early today, I can spend some of today and some of tomorrow, but, you know, maybe I want a bit of a life, you know, maybe a bit. And so, there really isn't a very simple answer. Now, obviously, to an extent, I don't need all the bobbins up front, because I don't. You know, it takes a while till you're down to here. But then, the first day we did this triangle rather, I went all the way down this side. Oh, well, then I need the bobbins, don't I? It is a bit of a conundrum as to what to do. Now, obviously, if there were teams of people, you'd have them winding bobbins here and now on the side, and you know, prepping for different choices. But it's me. I can't even rope in, you know, a semi-unwilling husband, right, or partner, because I don't have one. And I'm pretty sure if I went around my neighbours and said, "Yo, I've got a job for you," they might tell me to bugger off. And I wouldn't disagree with them, to be honest. You know, they're only neighbours. You know, they're not legally bound to do these things. So, well, I don't know quite what will happen at the end of this triangle. Because part of me would like a break and to do something different. I wouldn't mind having a go a little Flanders square. But it still needs an almighty crap ton of bobbins, because, as explained yesterday, whereas on this particular lace type, every pinhole represents 2 pairs of bobbins coming together. With Flanders, it's 4 pairs of bobbins coming together. So a tiny little square can use a crap ton of bobbins. Now, I do have a pattern, and it isn't a big square, but it's still a crap ton of bobbins. Now, admittedly, I don't have to put an awful lot of thread on each bobbin because, well, you know, it's only a little square. You know, a meter's probably more than plenty. But I've not done Flanders before. It doesn't say you only need X meters of, you know, put on your bobbin, you know, 75 centimeters or whatever of thread. It just kind of goes, you will need a crap ton of bobbins, and leaves you to it. So, you know, no guidance there. Thanks for that. Thanks for that tutorial, as it's a learning book. You know, cheers for that. So yes, it is somewhat irritating, because I want to do, I enjoy doing lace making. I enjoy doing it more than the output potentially, but I do enjoy doing it. I may swear and curse and get grumpy when I make mistakes, but that's because I've made a mistake, even though I was trying not to. And it's more about the trying not to and failing than it is about the actual fact that there is a mistake in it. So yeah, I'm not sure that we're going to be ready for tomorrow. I'm not sure we can be ready for tomorrow. More to the point. So, yeah. That could be a joy of its own creation. Sugar Bear, how you doing? Nice to see you. It's Friday. And I'm exceptionally glad it's Friday. How you doing, my friend? How you doing? Great, that's what we like. We're like on the less crap side of life, you know. I'm just philosophising the problem of tomorrow, because to be honest, well, it's not going to be an overly long stream today, just because, yeah. I'm struggling with the what to do next, because if I go on a side quest and do something else, you know, it's gonna be about a week, because, well, frankly, everything takes a while. If I don't go on a side quest, a week is kind of a triangle. But triangle fatigue is definitely an issue, because it, you know, kind of, well, they're all the same. So, but even if I want to do a triangle, I still have to prep some bobbins, because these, you know, we're already running out of juice on some of the bobbins, and some of them have probably got enough to do another one. I mean, this one's looking pretty chubby. He's probably good enough for another one. But there are other ones looking a bit slimmer. There's one, a slimmer looking one. And depending on where you put them, I mean, I tried last time to make sure that I put the chubbier ones on the outside and the skinnier ones on the inside. But of course, it's not that simple now, is it? Why not, Liz? Well, the bobbin that starts here, this second one in, well, technically there, kind of comes down this section to here, where it kind of comes out. No, it never is. So it kind of comes out the other side, because, well, it's, it goes in, joins for a bit, and comes out a bit later. Then they kind of work down through here. So, it will keep a fairly straight line and go down through here. It doesn't go round the outside. Then it goes through here, so it kind of comes out the other side and goes around through here. But when it gets to here, it starts on this side. And then, well, it works its way out again. So, hence it's, I mean, other than I have already proven to be excessively crap at guesstimating the amount of yarn required to do one of these squares. And to be fair, even the original square did not come with suggested amount of yarn on bobbin, because, and that's going to sound really wrong, but when you do a knitting pattern, it says, to make a 36-inch chest jumper, you will need 9 balls of yarn, and you go, cheers. Or it goes, you will need 10, or 12, or 50, or 3, depending on the size of the ball. Well, they don't do that with lace patterns. They just kind of, you will need yarn. You should have skinnier yarn, fatter yarn. It kind of tells you the yarn it was designed for. So, like this pattern should be made with, so-and-so brand size X. And you... Well, it is a little, isn't it? Because nothing puts you off trying than, let's say with weaving. So with weaving, for example, there are really specific calculations you can do that will tell you how much of any given yarn in a pattern you will need. Okay? And it really is fairly simple. You will need the number of warp threads, so there's X, so how many times, or N in this case, we'll go with N, right? So you have N warp yarns. You need the amount of weaving you are going to do, plus at least the waste amount that your yarn generates, which, as a rule of thumb, is the distance between the front beam and the back beam. As a rule of thumb, it allows for tying on, and a bit of space. Not a lot. So you add that, so you end up with, I am weaving, say, 2 meters. My weaving loom has a waist of 60 centimeters, so I need 2 meters 60 for the length of my warp. So now, N times 260 gives you the amount you need for your warp. If it's multicoloured, well, you divide it up by the number of threads you've got, and, you do, well, I have N number of green ones, let's say, so I have 6 of those, so 6 times 260. I have so many of these, well, I have, so you work it out. Really simple, right? And then for the weft, depends on how many, quote, picks per inch you have. And so, again, this is usually pretty obvious, because 90% of weaving is about a balanced weave, so therefore you will have as many picks going that way as you have warp threads going that way in any given inch. Now, there are some deviations from this, where a stitch has a base cloth and a pattern thread, and basically you're going to fit the base cloth and the pattern thread in the same inch. Therefore, you have the base cloth trying to be the width of the same picks as the number of warp threads in an inch, and then the number of pattern threads that would fit in there on top. So, but again, you work out, I have a base cloth of so many, note down how many I need, and I'm doing 2 meters of weaving, so therefore I need 2 meters times the number of picks I'm going to be doing. Hurrah! Then you do the same with the pattern thread. I'm going to be doing X picks. I am making and you obviously know the width of your weaving, because duh, and off you go. So it becomes number of pecks times width of yarn times the over the course, however many inches you're making. Really simple. With lace making, lick finger, stick it in the air. Dudes, in all the years of experienced lace makers, have they not been able... I mean, lots of them say you'll need 3 to 4 times the amount of the length of your project. But if you're going round in a circle and it's not going straight round the circle, well, how does that work? Because very few of them do go straight round the circle. And even then, they say if you've got cloth stitch like this, the worker threads will burn through a lot more. How much is a lot? How much is a lot? I mean, it's a bit like some. Thank you for that. It's not exactly scientific now, is it? Because obviously it depends on the amount of... That's right, it's getting a bit crowded around here. It does depend a little on the amount of cloth stitch you have. So let's say these rose ground squares were done in cloth stitch. Well, obviously any thread that's constantly going backwards and forwards is going to chew through thread. We can see that. But there's no easy calculation. I have considered, God help me, I have considered writing a program, because you know the distance, potentially, between the pins. Because this is one I made, and I printed it at a certain distance between the pins. I know the distance between a pin. Well, it is. Now, when it comes to cross stitch, which you'd think might suffer a similar environment, because obviously you've got the starting and the stopping, and then you've got lots of little crosses to do, right? Well, but they've worked out that you need so much on a certain width bit of cloth to make a cross stitch. Therefore, if you've got 200 little green crosses, well, it's 200 times the number they first thought of. That number is more than, is so many skeins. There you go. You'll need 2 skeins of green or whatever to complete this project. So again, they can judge it. But no one seems to have done that for lace. So I have considered trying to write a program to work it out that will know that to do a stitch on a pin, this moves from here to here, there to there, twisty, and, maybe it will be a little generous, but, twisty, add, 0.01 for a twist kind of thing, right? To see if I can work out more scientifically, given any pattern, the amount of thread required to actually make it from start to finish. Did I add one? I did add one. I'm sure I added one. Yeah, I did add one. Right. So with that in mind, but nobody seems to have one as it stands. And, well, as you said, it seems a bit of a pain in the ass. Because, quite frankly, it is. It is absolutely. And being told, oh, if you're doing a bookmark... Hang on, that doesn't feel right. Something's not right here. So if you drop out, but you now can't go back to that one, so something is definitely not right. The question is what? Let's turn you around a bit. I can see a bit closer. Did I miss a hole somewhere? There might be a hole missing under there. So let's lift you up a little bit so I can see underneath. No. So, how have I successfully done this with the wrong number of bobbins? I know why. I know why. Because I got carried away. As is a thing. So, these are the bobbins. We will undo what I have just done. Because and undo you. Because you should not have been joining in. You do not join in here. You can sod off. I have already done the joining, therefore this goes into here. You have come out. You are the two that are left. Twisty, twisty. And you come out like that. You go over there as well. And this is the one in the corner. Now I need a pin. There, like that. Okay, so that's you all out the way. So let's put you in a stick because we don't need you ever again. Except for when we're sewing them out, I guess. But you are done for. We don't need you. Now, hang on a sec. Let me take this. I don't know who it is. Well, that was a little bit weird. Let me just tell my co-worker, because I will feel better if I do. You back in this for a minute. And without you, we are on the final portion. We have a pin. We have some bobbins. Next. is usually where we forget to twist a bunch, so we will try and remember to take extra special care not to be forgetting to twist them. Hang on a sec. Something I can hear something out the front. I need to check what it is. Oh, nothing there. What did it sound like this? Well, I used to get visited by a pair of ducks till one of them got ate by a fox. And it sounded like one of the ducks. And I haven't seen her for, well, nearly 4 years. Well, it's 3 years now. 3 and a bit years, so... But it sounded like one of the ducks. It sounded like the ducks quacking at my window to say hello. Because they did. They used to come along and they'd quack under my window because I'd go, "Hello, duckies." And they would rush to see me. They loved me. They were wild ducks. They're not pet ducks or anything like that. They're from the local pond, which is quite a walk away. And they would walk. They wouldn't fly. They would walk round to my house and come say hello. And if little ducky had felt the need to come round, I would most certainly have wanted to go and say hello, because chances are she's in trouble. So, yeah, I would have needed to go rescue Duck. Being a big animal softie and all that. Yeah, you should have seen them. They were beautiful. I named them Bert and Gracie. First time I saw them, they didn't come to see me specifically, right? First time I saw them, I noticed that these 2 ducks were walking round our road. Now, I live in a little cul-de-sac thing, right? And they kind of walked through my garden, went and had a look at next door and kind of like, "Nice house." It was almost like, "Bert, what do you think of the curtains? I'm wondering about those for our kitchen." It was really that kind of walk, right? Hence Bert and Gracie, right? And even more so when I saw them a bit later. So Bert and Gracie mooched around the road, and then they wandered off down the road. And I wonder where they're from. I know that there is a pond next door. I say a pond, it's a fucking lake. But there is this pond stroke lake next door. But they wandered off down the road, which is away from the lake, right? So if the lake's here, my house is here, they'd come up like this, walked round past my house, looked at my neighbours, maybe not, walked, and were now walking up the road. But to get back, they would either have to turn right and come round, or turn left, go all the way behind the houses, because there's another house on the corner, all the way down round the back, and then walk around. Anyway, I was having a bit of a take some crap upstairs moment, and I was in the bedroom, and I looked out the back window, because it was quite a nice day, and lo and behold, must have been nearly an hour later, there they were. And there was the little white one. So it was a normal mallard duck and a white one, right? And I'd named the white one Gracie and the mallard Bert, especially from this particular part. So the white one was kind of storming ahead, and Bert was kind of lagging behind a little bit. And she would turn around to him and quack at him, and it was almost like, Bert, how many times have I told you not to dawdle? Hence, Bert and Gracie, right? It was very much, old married couple style. And, they seemed to have so much character, even from just watching them. There was so much personality. Anyway, it made me smile a lot, and it was great. And then, a day or so later, they were back in my garden. So I chucked out a little bit of bird food, because I've got some, bird seed, bird food stuff. Nom, 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 they said. And, they sat for a bit, and they sat in the shade, and, well, I'd put some water out for various animals, hedgehogs, rabbits, cats, whatever, right? And, they were seeing a bit put out, because it was empty, so I topped it up, and, then the next day, they came back, so I chucked out a bit more birdseed, and I'd moved the drink so that it was in the shade, so that it wouldn't kind of boil away in the sunshine. And they kind of almost nodded to me, cheers for that, love, and came and sat and had a little bit of a snack and a bit of a drink, bit of a chill in the shade, and went back. And it was really like the old couple who have a favourite tea house, and as a treat, after doing the shopping, they'll stop at the tea house and have a cup of tea and maybe a scone, and it was great. And so it became a daily occurrence, and then it became multiple times a day. And there were times when I wasn't up yet, and they'd come and they'd kind of look expectantly at the window, and obviously I was asleep, so I didn't respond. And they'd sit for a bit, and they were quite happy to sit for a bit, because they often did it, and, it was real early in the morning. The sun's not up in the summer level of early in the morning. And so I became really happy, because it was during COVID, when we were all stuck at home. Not that I mind being stuck at home, because that's what I love most. There's a squirrel on the fence. God forbid. But my front garden became like a Disney film. I had birds, rabbits, the ducks, hedgehogs, obviously Mr. Fox, and it really was Watership Down. It was kind of like, there'd be like 5 rabbits, 3 hedgehogs, the 2 ducks, more birds than you can count. And you'd be looking out there kind of going, it's wall-to-wall animal out there. Now, I really liked that about COVID, because it made wildlife come out. It made wildlife remember that this is their home, right? And so I was very happy to have them all. And I put out, hedgehog food for the hedgehogs, and I put out, some fresh veg for the bunnies, and I had, water for everybody, and, all of this kind of stuff. Sadly, the week that Bert got eaten, now obviously probably by the fox, who was a very glorious fox, but still, bad Mr. Fox, you ate my friend, was the same week that Nextdoor successfully accidentally ran over one of the hedgehogs. So it was really not a good week to be animals in our road. But a week beforehand, Bert and Gracie didn't come for a couple of days, and I was a little bit concerned, because they'd been coming like 5 times a day, and when I say it's round the corner, it's got to be 200 yards, maybe longer, in fact almost certainly a bit longer. So with little tiny little stubby duck legs, that's quite a walk, frankly. Being sympathetic to the walking scenario, when you've only got like 1.5 inch legs, that's quite a walk. And they would do this, as I say, like 5 times sometimes to come and see me. And it became so well known at work, because people I'd be talking to would go, "What's the noise?" "Oh, it's the ducks." "What?" "It's the ducks. They come visiting." And I say hello. And I'd stop and I'd be going, hello duckies, how are you? Quack, 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 quack. And they'd like talk back to me like I understood, right? I'm sure they were complaining about something and had no idea what I'd said to them. But it meant so much to me that all this wildlife had chosen to come see me. It could have done so much in the world, gone so many places, because after all, ducks can fly. And yet they came to visit me regularly. And when Fiona was dying, unfortunately, I was out and Duck Cam went, hey, ducks are here. And I was like, shit. Because when I got home, there's me with a dog who wants to eat them, and the ducks are rushing towards me. But I have lots of memories of ducks, and Bert used to eat out of my hand. He actually ate out of my hand as a wild animal. I could put my hand down like that and he would come with food in it, and he would come. I didn't get to hug them, touch them, pat them on the head or anything, much as I would have liked. I certainly would have loved to, and maybe with a bit more time that could even have been a thing, because a number of times the lady who owns the lake, she came out and she saw me sitting in my garden, and I'm like talking to the ducks, and you could see her going, what the fuck is that crazy lady doing? And I wandered out, and she wandered over a bit, and I pointed at the ducks, and she kind of went, hey, my goodness. And I went, they come see me. So it's only polite that I spare the time and come and sit down and talk to them. But, you know, so I have lots of fond memories of Bert and Gracie, and everyone locally, although I'd never really publicly said anything, obviously word had got around. Well, obviously word got around that I'd named them Bert and Gracie. And in fact, interestingly enough, my neighbours... now, I did notice something during the time that Bert and Gracie visited me, is that Gracie's tail changed. Now, I am not a duck aficionado, but interestingly enough, my next door neighbours during COVID, and we're all adhering to COVID rules, I was out and the ducks were out, and so I was out in the front of my garden talking to the ducks. And the girl who was visiting next door, and my neighbour went, oh, don't mind her, she's talking to the ducks, they come visit her. And I said, oh, I've called them Bert and Gracie, but I've no idea actually what gender they are. And she took one look and went, yeah, it's one male, one female. And I went, well, she used to have a tail like his, but doesn't anymore. And she went, oh yeah, ducks change gender. And I was like, what? I didn't know that. I didn't know ducks changed gender. But that was the best part of it all in a way, was... I know! Did you know blackbirds do the same? Right, I knew blackbirds did it. So, blackbirds can change gender. I knew this, right? But I did not know ducks did it. And this woman explained to me that ducks can change gender, and the ones with curly tails are male and the ones without the curly tails are female. You'd think it'd be the other way around from all of the bonking, right? But it is quite crazy. And so being trans is not a no human thing. The animal world has done it for years. But obviously, yeah. But what puzzled me the most was I'd named Bert and Gracie just because of the mannerisms that they had. So if you think of it from a true trans point of view, clearly Gracie had exhibited what I would deem feminist traits, as in nagging old cow who was getting annoyed with her old lazy husband, right? She had then, well, it was a he technically at the time, he turned into a female. And they changed gender to match the names that I gave them. So, but it was really nice to be confirmed that one was male, one was female. I got it round the right way and everything. You know, I wasn't offending anybody. I mean, they're ducks. They probably don't overly know what it means. But I have such beautiful, fond memories of them and that time. And so, but as I say, Bert and Gracie didn't come for a few days. So I went round the long way, admittedly, because I could go through next door's garden to go into the lake. But I'd want to ask first. So I went round the long way, which is a more public route, and at the bottom of the lake, kind of looked for them, couldn't see them, but there is like a little duck house in the middle of the lake. You need a boat to get to it. It is a fucking lake. And so, and I kind of called out and I kind of went, "Are you all right? Because I can't see you, but I just wanted to know I'm thinking of you and I hope you're okay." And I kind of wandered off. Next day they were back. Right? The next day they came back and Bert was looking very secondhand. It was like you know how people get alopecia from stress and they lose a few clumps of hair because they pulled it out. He had, instead of his beautiful mallard plumage, he had like different coloured feathers that were almost growing in place, and he looked a little bit moth-eaten. There weren't feathers missing, and he didn't look actually eaten or injured or anything of the sort, otherwise I'd have whisked him off to the wildlife centre and demanded to have him back because it's my Bert, that is, right? And I probably would have taken Gracie because she'd have had a fit if I'd parted them. They just seemed like the two that had, it was a bit like the old married couple who, got married 80 years ago and have never spent a night apart, And so I would have taken both because, well, yeah, anyway. Anyway, he was a little bit subdued, but he was all right. So I encouraged him. I was talking to him. I fed him, made sure he was all right and, he seemed happy enough. And as I say, on this fateful day, someone then posted on Facebook, someone's had one of the ducks at the pond. Now, there's more than one pond around here. So, to be clear, I posted which pond. No one would answer me. And my neighbour, who I love my neighbours, my neighbours wanted to borrow my entire savings, which is a reasonable amount of money. I'd let them. I love my neighbours. I truly do. They're great people. And she dropped me a message and she went, "It was Bert. I wanted you to know." And I was really miserable because, well, Gracie didn't want to come on her own. And to be honest, I could understand that. Her little world had fallen apart, for Christ's sake. I don't know how long ducks live, so to be honest, I'm pretty sure they're gone now. But it was a sad time because it was such a sad ending to be eaten. And of course, because it was really hot weather, I almost certainly had my window open. Now, I'm pretty confident they would have shouted for help because animals do. But I sleep like the dead. So if they'd called for help, I would not have woken in the night. And I do feel slightly guilty for that. Just because they put a lot of trust in me being wild animals to come and see me and trust that the food I was feeding them wasn't poisoned and I wasn't trying to catch them and kill them and eat them for dinner. And, they put a lot of trust in me, and potentially the one time they needed me, I slept through that. The reason I say that there would have been noises, there's also an almighty load of geese, and I mean quite a few geese. 5 or 6 of them normally on a given day will do a lap of honour about 4:30. Come on, Rory. And quack all the way. But I think it was just before Gracie and Bert started coming to see me. About 8 of them, yeah, I told you she's got a lake, right? 8 of them came into our road. And it was hysterical. I couldn't stop laughing, and I really shouldn't. But I had the windows open because it was 900 degrees. During COVID, we had a real hot time during the beginning of COVID. And it was really obvious which were male and which were female. Not from size, not from the colouring, not from anything. Quack, 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 quack. And there were like these Barry White geese, and then the little squeaky ones. And but as I say, they came wandering around our road, and they literally strolled in like they owned the place. They were kind of looking around, going, "I don't like what they've done with their garden. Do you think we can have words?" Yeah, it was just that kind of. They literally walked around, looking in the flower beds, kind of going, "She's missed some weeds, This is substandard." But they only did it the once. They only came wandering in. But I do hear them a lot, and I know they're still there because I can hear them. There's also a stalk. I shit you not. I thought it was an ornament. First time when we first came to look at the house to buy it, right? We had a bit of a wander around to see, the area it was in, and, I was really pleased with it. And we were out back and we'd seen the lake, because you can't really miss it. And it looked like there was this ornament of a stork, and we were just going, wow, that's a really great ornament. Because, well, it's clearly a life-size ornament, right? And it was, storks aren't small. And it was like, wow, the fucker moved. we nearly fell over in shock. It was like, it's real! Oh my goodness! I mean, to be honest, I think it's the first time I'd ever seen a stork live. Not the kind of in a zoo kind of thing, out in the wild. And there it was. It was just standing in her garden, minding its own business. Might as well have been a freaking flamingo for all the bad. It was just like, what the fuck? And so yes, so she's got all manner of. I mean, there will be fish in there, that's for sure. There are definitely toads and frogs and shit. She's got badgers. I haven't seen the badgers, to be fair. But apparently she's got badgers. She's got a camera out on this little kind of brick building out that she has at the back. And it's kind of a shed, but it's a brick building. And she's got a camera on it, and it caught some badgers, she was telling me quite a while ago now. But so yeah, I know that there's deer that go visiting, and it's a herd of deer. It's not like, one. It is a herd of deer, because they scared the crap out of me one day. I mean, I'm not a girly girl, as we know. And I was in my garden. Again, it was during COVID. It was a beautiful sunny day. It was deathly quiet because no one was allowed out anywhere. And I'm standing in the sunshine, enjoying the sunshine, kind of staring out over the field that's behind my garden, which is her field, obviously. Because her garden doesn't have a fence at the end of it. It just turns into this field. And so I'm staring out over the field. And from right the other side of my fence. Now, my fence is really not that far away. I mean, I can throw a ball from here to my fence, right? And I'm inside, okay? My garden is short but wide. And they ran across the back of, down the long side of my garden, which is the short distance away. But they were so close, and it's going to sound stupid. I know how big deer are, I really do. But these seemed huge. These things seemed to be the size of horses, right? Because, I mean, most deer would not look over a 6-foot fence. Some of these fuckers did. And in part because I've got fence with a bit of meshing at the top foot or so. So my brain, because they were running, probably merged it a little bit and told me that because I could see their faces, that, that they were taller than the fence. But of course they weren't taller than the fence. They could just be seen through that little bit of fence, which is like 4 foot tall with a 2 foot bit of wooden trellising on top, kind of thing, making it 6 foot, but that it's not, deer looking over a 6 foot fence. But they made me literally do the kind of gasp, and I was like, "No, fuck was that?" I've never done that in my life. What the hell's that? I literally went, "Oh." It was like, okay, I probably should go indoors now. It's getting to me. Let's get out the sun before I turn into a weirdo, But yeah, I love the animals. It's part of the reason I love this house so much is because there are so many animals and birds and things around me. We've got 4 or 5 families of greater spotted woodpeckers. We've certainly got at least 2 green woodpeckers. We've got 2 families of robins in my garden, which is exceptionally unusual because robins are very territorial. I have about 6 squirrels. I do have names for a couple of them because, well, attitudes and stuff. There's Bianca and Ricky. You needed to be British and see EastEnders to make sense of that one, but there's Bianca and Ricky. and then there's just like a multitude of everybody else. We have a disabled blue tit, for whom I regularly put out food to make sure there is food for him, because if I didn't, he'd die. He has a severely overgrown beak. Now, you can't catch the little bugger, so I can't take him down the rescue cell. But basically, he's got a really deformed beak, and apparently it's quite common. If they get a bit of an injury at some point, it happens to a lot of birds. But it definitely happens to sort of blue titty kind of birds. And he gives him, his beak's like an inch and a half longer than it should be. So instead of having a tiny little beak to go peckety peckety peck, he can't, because his beak overhangs like this. So all he can do is stab at it, and of course it doesn't go anywhere near his face. So bless his poor little face. I put out things because he can then basically face plant in it and and have some food. And I put out water as well, obviously, because I'm nice. And so everybody can everyone's good. And so yes, I love the being able to see wildlife do wildlife things. But I just love the fact that the ducks were wild, but that they chose to come visit humanity. They chose, well, not me specifically, but they chose, when they had all the things that in the world that they could do, to spend time with a human being. And I was really honoured by that. I unbelievably so. So yeah, I miss them. I do miss them. And I do think of them quite a bit. But as I say, don't think ducks live an inordinately long amount of time. So pretty confident that they would have gone by now anyway. But I do occasionally wonder, when especially like then, because I heard like quack quack noises. There is a new bird in the area who does. There's a couple of birds that make some really weird noises around here. And again, not a bird dude, really not. Well, it's their little tiny stubby legs. It's a bit like a dachshund in that there's quite a bit of it, but then they've got these tiny little legs sticking out the bottom. So yeah, I loved my little ducky friends, and as I say, I do miss them. But at the same time, you know, I did not expect them to come to see me. They, you know, they have every right not to. But obviously, having become somewhat accustomed to it, I was concerned when they didn't show up. And then someone said that, you know, Bert had been eaten, and I was very sad because, well, he was sweet and he trusted me, and, well, wild animals are exactly that. To gain the trust of a wild animal is, frankly, a blessing. And so I miss Bert and Gracie, just because it was always. I mean, I even cut a little hole in my fence because although they could come round one way, they never did. They had this little hole that they used to duck through. So, no pun intended. So I made sure to keep it clear so that they could come through without too much of a struggle, because that was their preferred method of access. I'd rather have a hole in my fence, in my hedge rather, than not have a visit by a duck. Yeah. Poor little Bert. I mean, obviously Gracie took it hard, so you know it's not just poor Bert, but poor Gracie as well. So yeah, it was a bit sad. I mean, we all know that everyone's got to eat, and you know all of those kind of things, and this doesn't feel right. That's because Numbnuts here is losing the block. That needs a pin in it. So yeah, I would I was sad though, because, you know, it was highlight of our day, and people used to phone me up just to see if the ducks had come. Have the ducks been? Yeah, they've been a couple of times today. Quack, quack, quack. And they're back now. And they'd listen to me talk to the ducks, because they could hear the ducks over the phone, because I'd have it on speakerphone and they could hear the ducks. It's kind of, well, let's put it this way. About 2 years after we left the supplier who used to ring me up to see if there were ducks, I got a phone call them, and it's like, we you know, your service down. I went, I really doubt it. And they went, what do you mean? And I said, well, we left you 2 years ago. Oh, well, we've got your contact number. And I went, well, it's the wrong number. Aren't you the girl with the ducks? Yeah, I'm the girl. I was the girl with the ducks. Do they still come? And I had to explain that, you know, Bert got eaten. They were like, oh, that's really... So, you know, it kind of got round that I was the girl with the ducks, you know. Girl with the ducks. I'm probably older than they are. But, you know, I was the girl with the ducks. I loved COVID. Not for the COVID portion of it, but for how the world handled it and made everyone stay home, and yeah, it did some good in the world, that did. People being home and spending time with their families and not being made to go out and socialise, and or being barred from socialising. So they had to actually find genuine things to do. And half of them discovered that they didn't like each other, and the rest made babies. So, you know. But I really did like the fact that I was the Dark Lady. And to be honest, I wear that badge with pride. I can think of... I am more than happy to be the Dark Lady, you know. As I say, because it's not like they were pets. It's not like Lady Next Door bought ducks and put them on a pond so that they are semi-tame ducks. These were ducks that had obviously been flying around and gone, hey, there's some water down there, we could go there. Yeah, dude, I quite like this lake. Let's stay here for a bit, you know. As did the stork and many other things. So, you know, it is one of those things is that I just felt so honoured that wild animals chose me. It really was nice. And as you say, some brilliant memories of it. Especially when you consider that it's not like we truly ever could have conversations. Well, it is. I mean, that you do get stories. I mean, there was a Facebook short thing that popped up on my phone yesterday of a guy who found a wounded wolf, and it hated him, utterly hated him, because obviously it's wild, and, you know, but it couldn't really get away, and it was really, really ill, so he called people out, and the helicopter was coming for it, and this wolf had kind of passed out from being so ill, it'd been hit by a car or something. Anyway, they took it, and they took it to a kind of veterinary place, and, you know, work was done on the wolf, and they had to sedate it and do things, so they shaved patches and, you know, did things, and I think in the end it had dislocated something, so that it really wasn't a long-term big injury. But they set everything back, made sure everything wasn't broken, gave it an injection, cheered it up. And I can hear... That sounds like ducks. Why can I keep hearing... Anyway, it really sounds like ducks. But it's not, because... I would swear on my life that's a duck. You can't hear it, which is more of a shame. Anyway, but they, you know, he found this wolf, so they you know, they put the wolf right, and they gave it some stuff, gave it a bit of rest. and the pack had followed its scent and were waiting outside. But they were waiting patiently. Next day they released it back with the pack, and the pack kind of checked it over, and they all ran away. Let me go and look, because this whatever it is shouting, and anything shouting like this is usually in danger. So bear with me one moment while I go and check, because I stick my head out the front door. It's one of those noises that the moment you go looking for it, it shuts up. So, but any animal who normally, it sounds like quack, 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 and well, that sounds like someone kind of alerting, frankly. So, couldn't see anybody, had a good look, because, well, I'm a good person. I rescued a pigeon during the times of Bert and Gracie. Rescued a pigeon who didn't see myself. Well, she was a dove, technically. And she'd been wandering around on the grass, and she was walking around. But doves and pigeons don't usually walk around for a long time. And, you know, the fact that she'd been there quite a while was a bit of a surprise, because, as I say, it's not, you know, walking around's not a bad thing, but this was like a day, and so I was a little bit concerned. So I kind of went, you're not right, I'm going to take you somewhere. So I took her to the wildlife. There's a wildlife rescue centre where you can take wild animals and of every nature to be helped make better, or at least kindly relieved of their ailments. And I phoned them up and said I got this kind of ring dove thing, and she doesn't seem right, because, well, you know, you don't normally get to hold one. And they kind of went, what do you mean hold one? And I went, well, I picked it up. Oh, no, it must be half dead. And I went, no, it's been walking around. It's you know, it just doesn't seem to want to fly. And oh, it's very worrying that you managed to catch it. And I went, I don't have to try very hard. Anyway, I took it down. And one of the things that I do like about the wildlife rescue place is they give you a number. So they give you effectively the patient number. And you can phone up and find out how the thing's doing. I said, well, I need to come back and get her to release her where she's used to being. And they went, no, they don't care. Okay, fine. So I don't need to go back. I won't be back then. Fair enough. But, and they went, but if you want to know how she's doing, you know, this card we've given you to thank you for the animal that you found, includes a number. If you ring up, you can ring up any time of night or day and ask how it's doing. And I thought, that's such a touching part of it, because years ago, me and, well, what was to be hubby, now ex-hubby, were walking back from lunch one day, and we found by the side of the road a little tiny sparrow. Little tiny thing. It was like this big. Tiny little sparrow. And it was clearly in another universe. Oh, I'm just a sucker. Come on. I'll rescue anything. I seriously will rescue anything. Hence I have dogs. But we found this little tiny sparrow, so the first thing I did was get onto Google, find the nearest vet, rang it up. Hi, got an injured sparrow. Can I bring it to you? I guess. Great. Because, you know, well, like I'm sure as an American you will understand that, well, who's going to pay for its treatment now, isn't it? And it's like, I'll pay, but can you look after this sparrow? And you could almost see them going, it's a fucking sparrow. There's like 8 billion sparrows. Why the because it's alive and it's not dead yet. It has every right to live, you know. And I'm sitting there and I've got it in my hands like this. Because I am Dr. Dolittle. I am Dr. Dolittle. When I was a kid, my junior school, so that's 5 to 10 kind of age. Every time a dog got on the field, because we had a field and dogs like fields, so we got quite a few dogs. Les Kimber to the field, please. Oh, I'm on dog duty again, am I? Okay. I was doing this from like the age of 6 or 7. And I'd wander out and go, hello doggy, how are you? And the dog would kind of go, hi. And I'd go, you really shouldn't be on our school field. They don't like that. Do you mind if I take you home? And it's kind of going, yeah, okay. And I'd take my tie off, put it around the dog's lead, and walk back with the dog. And because the teachers, you know, almost Benny Hill style, had been running around after it and it was just enjoying the game. And I'd walk up to it and go, hello, would you like to go home? And it kind of goes, yeah, okay. And so I did this a lot. And you know, it was really funny when I think I've told this story in fact, I know I've told this story on the stream before. I was doing my exams, so I'd have been 16, and I came out of one of my exams, and there was this gorgeous red setter. I mean, absolutely phenomenal, sitting way outside, and I'm kind of like, you don't normally come to school. I mean, don't get me wrong, there were 200 plus kids a year, you know, 6 years. There's a lot of kids at school, but it's kind of like, end of exam, who are you waiting for? And it's kind of looked at me and I go, I'm not sure you're supposed to be here. Took my tie off, wrapped it around the dog. Why don't you take me home? Okay, it said, kind of thing, right? So, got out the gate, it turned left and it kind of mooched slightly. I went, this isn't the way home, is it? And it kind of went, actually, no, it's not. Turned around, went the other way. We wandered down fairly directly in hindsight, but we wandered down a couple of roads. Bear in mind, while they are roads in a local area that I am familiar with, I do not know all the back roads of all the back roads, kind of thing, right? So we wander around this thing, and it takes me to this kind of crescent and kind of goes through the gate. So I knock on the door, and the door opens, and I go, oh, hi, Louisa. As it turned out, I actually knew this girl through really remote circumstances. I seem to have your dog. And she went, how the hell did you bring it? I said, brought me here. Dogs do that. When we had Charlie, so Charlie's my icon, and Brown, who was his little brown friend, I found Brown wandering around a dual carriageway. Hello, I've got previous, right? And so Brown wandered, some idiot, Trev, left the gate open, and Charlie and Brown wandered off. Well, Brown wandered off, Charlie didn't. Trev went to go out and then to get his newspaper and found Charlie sitting on the doormat and was kind of like, how did you get the wrong side of the door, Charlie? And then realised that the gate was open. So, Charlie inside, but we're now missing Brown. Now, bear in mind, Brown, of course, was found on the streets, so Brown is quite streetwise, but anyway, we searched high and low, we drove around looking for her, we walked around looking for her, we did everything, we spent hours at it. Anyway, we spent quite a bit of time and were slightly resigned to the fact that she'd buggered off and that we needed to report her missing. We were just having a cup of tea discussing what options we needed to sort out, to who to tell and all the rest of it. And the doorbell went. And there was this woman with Brown. Hi. Hello, Brown. And she went, this is your dog? And I went, yeah, she's called Brown. Oh, okay. Where did you find her? On the dual carriageway, says this woman. We looked through and went, what, the one in town? And she went, yeah. And I went, you've walked from there to here? And she went, yeah. And I went, okay, we'll give you a lift back because it's like 3 miles. Thank you very much for bringing back our dog. You know, would you like a cup of tea? Usual British kind of stuff. Do you want tea in that? And you know, thanked her a lot for bringing back our dog. Yeah, she was basically back where I'd found her. And she'd gone for a walk, but she knew how to get home. She brought this woman home. She knew exactly where she was. She'd just gone on an adventure. Bloody dog. It was a bit like the time when Trev did it again. And I'd been at karate. On my way home from karate, I kind of went, that looks a bit like Maddie, that does. And Maddie was a black, staffy-looking-ish dog. I went, that looks a bit like Maddie. Didn't think too much of it. Got home, was greeted by 2 dogs, not 3. Trev, where's Maddie? Isn't she downstairs? And I went, no. Went outside. Oh, look, the gate's open. Charlie and Brown had not fallen for the buggering off trick again. And so I went back to the dog that was indeed Maddie. Should have stuck with my guns with it looking like Maddie. I've been known to stop my car and say hello to dogs. Dogs with owners, dogs without owners. I drove Charlie back from the vet once, and it's an A road. It's a 60-mile-an-hour A road, and it's a single lane road, so it is a dangerous place to be at 60 mile an hour. And this dog, who was clearly an older dog, it was a bit more doddery and a bit more kind of stiff, was walking down and about to walk out into really busy traffic. So hauled ass. Charlie was in the back. Charlie was in one side of the car. Put this dog in the back of the car. Hello, dog. Took it home. Phoned the vet to ask if it knew of the dog. You know, a dog meeting this description. They went, "Oh, that sounds like so and so." And they said, "Go to the pub on the corner and ask." And I went, "Well, I'm not going there now." Okay. So I drove back to the road and went to the pub, and they went, "Oh yeah, that sounds like it sounds like Joe's dog kind of thing." They called Joe and gave him my number, and I went, yeah. I seem to have your dog. And Joe came along and picked up his dog. I remember the doorbell going once. "Hello, is this your dog?" No, I have full complement of dog at the moment, but if you care to leave dog, we will do and find out where it lives and So I took over dog, I stuck it on a lead, went for a walk with it, to see if it would lead me home, which it did not. But, rather interestingly, I went up to, there was a thing going on in the centre of the village, and there was a chip scanner, didn't have a chip. And I was wandering around, and this lady pulled over and went, "Oh my God," and the dog suddenly went nuts, and it's like, "Oh, we've been looking for her for hours," and it's like, yeah, she's been fine. She's had some water and a biscuit, and she was getting settled in for the night, to be honest. Is this dog yours? No, but I'll look after it for a bit if you need. It's kind of, there was a dog around here recently who got found, and it was like, and everyone was going, "Does anyone know whose dog this is?" And there was a picture, and it's like, "No, but if you need to leave it here, I'll sort it out. I'm good at that. It's what I do." But they took it down the vet, and then it turned out, rather stupidly, to be... I mentioned the house with the lake. It's clearly a bigger house than mine. Anyway, her son had a friend, and they didn't realise that the friend had a dog in the car, and the dog had leapt out the car because they left the window open, obviously, and it was quite a warm day, and he'd taken himself for a bit of a walk. She didn't even know her friend had a dog. So there was a bit of laughter over that. But yeah, I'll stop. I remember driving back from my dad's once. I can't remember why I was driving back and where I was going, to be honest. But it was late one night. I think it was after I'd dog sat for my dad, and I was living up here and he was still in London, obviously. And pulled out, went to turn left. And for some reason I went the long way, not the short way. Must have been roadworks or something. Went past the rugby club and there was this huge white Alsatian. But it's like midnight. And there's this huge white Alsatian going for a walk and there are 0 people. And I stop. Hello, who are you? He didn't want to come in and he didn't want to be helped. So I didn't push it. Because, you know, if he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. But I did phone the police and let them know that, you know, not 999 emergency police, but I did phone and say, right, well, there's this big white Alsatian. He's here. He doesn't have a lead on, no people with him. I don't want him to get hurt, but he doesn't want to be caught by me, at least. And so, yeah, they kept an eye out, and apparently he walked himself home. So, but, you know, I want to know that. I want to know that they got home okay. I want to know that they're all right, because, well, I worry. I mean, that little tiny sparrow, when we phoned back, the girl on reception didn't know anything about it, and kind of was almost like why are you phoning about a sparrow? So I decided not to pursue the matter, but for years, me and Trev would sit around going, well, he's all right. He's out there flapping around telling everyone how great we are. We think quite likely he died of shock. But that's not the point. He's out there telling everyone how great we are, all right? Because, you know, you try to do the right thing. And as I say, sometimes the right thing is to be humanely put out of your injuries. Now, the look on the people at the vets when we turned up with a sparrow was priceless, though. It was almost you've turned up with a mouse, you know, that you found in a field, you know. It really was that kind of, you're bringing in an earthworm. Well, yes, because it's bleeding. You know, it really was that kind of, why would you do that? Because it's alive. Because it has feelings. And I do get quite sad. You know, if you've got places with foxes, if you drive around and you see a dead one by the side of the road. Now, it's always sad to see a dead thing at the side of the road. Some people, of course, go, excellent, that's dinner. Depending on what it is, obviously. But foxes mate for life. And all I can think of is how families now not having someone come back, and it's usually the mother. And it makes me sad that, you know, some families now missing someone because they do mate for life. It's like swans. Swans mate for life. And you feel quite sad for them when you know that they are being missed, that there is, you know, without a doubt, someone looking out, wondering where this one is, why they haven't come home. And it's the same. There's been quite a few posts recently, memes, for want of a better word for them, about people saying, when I die, let my dogs see that I've died, and so they don't think I've abandoned them. And if you've got a rescue dog, that is so important. Friend of mine, over the years I've known her, a number of her animals have passed on, as have many of mine. Because, well, animals do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there was one time when her cat, I went round to see her one Friday, and her cat, FJ, was not particularly animated, as shall we call it. And FJ was asleep on a cushion. FJ did not move the entire time I was there. In fact, she was breathing. I mean, she was asleep, but she was very much absolutely non-moving, which was kind of unusual. I mean, I'm not going to say that FJ and I were buds, because that's certainly not true. But FJ was not a sociable animal, and so someone in the house, she would have gone and slept somewhere else. But on this occasion, she sat on the end of the couch I was on and did not move, suggesting something was wrong. And Rachel and I sat there and had the discussion about, well, if she doesn't move tomorrow, it probably is her time. Because she didn't seem to be in pain, she was just primarily asleep. Next morning, I got a phone call from Rachel. I've got to go out. I've promised to go and do this with so-and-so. Is there any chance you can do the do? So I took FJ to the vet for her final trip. Now, I'm not a cat person particularly. I don't hate cats. I'm just not a cat person. And to be fair, mainly because I was allergic to them. And, well, I picked up the cushion with FJ on because I couldn't find a cat basket. And after all, FJ was asleep. And took FJ to the vet, had her in the passenger seat, had my hand on her so that, what consciousness there was, knew that she was not alone. Talked to her the whole way there, it wasn't very far. Sat in the waiting room with her on my lap on a cushion, hand on top of her to, reassure I'm still here. And people came in the door, and I'm right next to the door, and people came in the door with this real panicked face as they've got a dog. And I went, it's alright. And the dog would come and sniff, and I'd kind of look at the dog and say, be nice. And the dog would kind of look, and I understand, and he'd move off. No one made any attempts to lick, sniff, nick, bark, chew, whatever. They all seemed to kind of understand, oh, she's on her final snooze, okay, we understand, and walk away. Anyway, went in, bloody thing wouldn't die, would it? They gave her the big injections, as they do. Bloody thing wasn't dead. So I'm sitting there going, it's all right, you can go to sleep now, as is my phrase for it. As, by the way, I did the same for my dad. You should sleep now. Go to sleep. It'll be all right. So, eventually, cat has passed on. I pay for said cat. I put it back on its cushion. And I take it home, because I was bloody not paying for it to be cremated. And Rach wanted to bury it in the garden. So I took it home, to her house anyway. And we did the do. She was back a bit later. We dug a great big hole in the garden. That was hard work. And of course there are adverts. Mid-story, you bugger. Let's start from this end, because then it'll be easier. hidden my tin. Yeah. Put those there. Hopefully you're all back again. But yeah, so, you know, I brought FJ home on her cushion. And I showed her to the dogs, because my friend had dogs. And the dogs kind of each in turn came along. And almost did the, like, human thing. Where, you know, they come along, give a bow to the deceased and walk off. They pretty much did that. They came along and they in turn, they stood and waited their turn to see what I was showing them. And looked at the cat, sniffed it, kind of went, we recognise that as our friend the cat. Clearly, cat is ex-cat. And they then walked off. And they didn't bother to... You know, as dogs do when there's something on the counter and they don't know what it is. You know, they get really excited and they kind of do that whole, hey, well, of course, I want to see what it is. What's that? What's on the counter? I'm going to leap up. Leap, leap, leap. No, they left it alone. And once we dug the hole and we'd put the cat in it, we wanted a cup of tea because it had been a hot day and it was a big hole to put in a cat in. Anyway, we were standing in the kitchen. And the dogs were watching something. Now, all three dogs watched the same point like there was something walking around the countertop, which is what FJ used to do. And she walked around that countertop one more time because all three dogs were watching her. I'm not a big, huge believer in... Well, I am, but I'm not. I do believe that there is more to life than we understand. And all of that kind of shenanigans. I'm not entirely confident as to which form it takes. I am not, you know, going to cast huge speculation on that one. But on that day, I watched three dogs watch something walk around the countertops, just like the cat would have done. Now, the cat didn't generally do it so much when I was there, because the cat was antisocial, and I can relate to that. But the dogs watched something, and it was the only time they ever did it. Was that one time when I was standing in the kitchen just after we'd buried her and they watched something walk around that countertop. And it was utterly profound. There was nothing else. You could say there was no sunlight, there was no one else in the house, they weren't listening for something, their ears weren't pricked. They were watching something they knew and recognised that seemed to be walking around the countertop. Because they were all looking at the exact same spot. And it wasn't like close enough. No, it was the exact same spot. It was, you know, it's that kind of creepy almost. How profound it was. It was really quite impressive. So yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't normally take someone else's animal to be put down. Unless there'd been a horrendous accident and it really was the only thing you could do for it. Normally that is their responsibility. They should be there. It is the kindest thing you can do for your pet. But, on this occasion, it was the kindest thing to be done for the pet. She couldn't go. Well, she could have done, but she couldn't go. And so I went. Because it was the kindest thing for the pet. Which is more important, to be honest. She did pay me back, but yeah. So I wouldn't normally do someone else's pet, because well, you should be there for the final moments. I mean, when Charlie went, even though Trev and I didn't live together, Trev and I both went to be there. Trev was Charlie's friend. Trev still cared very much. By the way, as a laugh, Trev is is recognised notary on my accounts for all the dogs in case of issues. If I was not around and something happened to the dogs, he is perfectly authorised to take them to the vets and have what's necessarily done, and he would do what I would do because I trust him with that. So yeah, you know, I thought of that because, well, when I had bowel cancer and I was in hospital, Trev stayed here looking after the dogs. Well, he, you know, although I'd already done it long before then, what if something went wrong while I was in hospital? He needs to be able to just walk up there and be authorised to, you know, I don't know, chop a dog's leg off, have some major surgery. You can fucking pay for it and all, but, you know, temporarily, you know. But, you know, he, you know, they are in effect his dogs, but he didn't get any choice because they're mine. But he is honorary parent of them, pretty much. In case of emergency and I'm not about, and this man is authorised to, Uncle Trev can do any necessary, you know, he has power of sort of medical power of attorney almost. So, yeah. Not over me, but over the dog, certainly. You know, it's probably should sort that out for humans as well. Let's probably get something done about that. Getting old after all. One of the best things me and my dad did was quite early on, after my mother left. We had a few morbid conversations. What will happen if? And we sorted it all out then and there. He had power of attorney over me, I had power of attorney over him, so that God forbid anything happened to one of us, because we lived 100 miles apart, there was very unlikely that on the exact same day both of us would be struck with the problem. So, as a result, although his Christmas cooking might have needed a bit of work, you know, it meant that we could sub for each other in events of, you know, so that, you know, with his dogs, with the house, when it came to the hospital were kind of like, oh, well, you know, he's, well, I've got power of attorney, you know. Oh, have you? Yeah. We sorted that out like 20 years ago, dude. I can see his bank accounts, I can pay his bills. I can laugh at him when he spent too much money on Amazon, you know. Dude, seriously. We did all of that for that very reason, that you never know what's coming. And, you know, my dad died arguably before his time, but so much of it was made so much simpler because we prepped for it. Now, admittedly, he lied about the password on his laptop because he said it was the name of the house. It wasn't the name of the house. But being his child and devious, I did work out what it was and got it right first. Well, obviously I tried the one he gave me, it didn't work. Tried it capitalised, didn't work. Okay, so it's not that. Now, my dad had a penchant for remote African villages that no one in humanity this side of the water could pronounce. Because, well, it's got consonants all over the place and, you know, 68 vowels or something. And one of them was his password. And it was that kind of... You said it was the name of the house. This is not the name of the house. It doesn't even mean the name of our house. Come on. It's not even like it's the, you know, foreign language version. Bear in mind, my dad was very much English. You know, it's not even like you borrowed from another language the name. No, it's not even true. You lied. But I'm sitting there and I was walking around the house because I needed to contact the lawyer and I knew who his lawyer was. But you know how, like, the moment someone asks you a question, your brain kind of goes absolutely blank and refuses to admit that it even ever had that information. It's like, I don't know, what's your phone number? And your brain just goes, I know no numbers. I know of no numbers whatsoever. I don't care that all phone numbers in this area start with a 9. No, 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 no. Not me, not me. No numbers. Don't know. Not a clue. Can't tell you what year it is. Don't know what your name is. I have no idea when anyone was born. I do not remember if I can breathe or not. I just deny everything. I'm sorry, but my brain is gone. And and it was one of those moments. I knew the exact name of my dad's solicitors. Could I think of the name of it? Could I ask? And I was walking around the house and kind of, I know what it, I knew that it was one of those, if someone had said it, I'd have gone, yeah, that's the one. But there was no one there, because obviously I'm single. And obviously my dad was single, so, kind of no one to ask. And I'm going, Tudor Rose. No. But it's close. Tudor Rose. Carpenter Rose. There you go, says my brain, after about 3 hours of sweating. And I phoned them up and I went, because I wanted to, and they kind of went, I kind of went, well, my dad's in hospital. Oh, you have power of attorney. Yeah, I knew that. It's not what I was checking. I was checking everything else. I wanted to check that, is what should I do in event of the worst case scenario? Because basically he's not going to get any better. So, kind of, what do I need to do? Who will I need to tell? What will I need to do about it? And they were very kind and helpful. And probably added it to my bill. But it was, but I found his folder of stuff. Because it was where he said he'd put it on his C drive. He made a root folder full of shit you should know, and it had everything from bank accounts and how much he'd spent here, and it contained a spreadsheet of all of his spendings, and because my dad was an accountant, so it done all of that, but it had everything you could ever need. In folders, and who to contact, and details for people, and who did what, and I made a few phone calls when he finally died, using his phone, going, well, these are numbers he obviously used a lot, so don't know who you are, never heard of you, dad's never mentioned you, I'll ignore that one for now, kind of thing. But, I got hold of people who did jobs for him, so his cleaner, I got hold of the gardener dude, I got hold of loads of people, and had to break the news, and that's terrible. Yes, it is. It could be better. It wasn't quite what I expected to be doing on a Thursday, but but it was such a relief, because we had talked and sorted out what he wanted, how he wanted, the things that should happen, things that shouldn't happen. We hadn't quite boiled it down to, write your eulogy and produce me a list of songs, but it wasn't far off that. It really wasn't. We had, and so I do encourage people to have those conversations about, what would you do if you had a car accident and you were no longer able to express your wishes? Is there someone who knows what you wanted? If you do not want to be resuscitated, should life be, you'll be hooked up to machines forevermore, that, that, or you're completely paralysed, or you've got trapped in syndrome, or, do people know your medical wishes? Do they know if you want to be an organ donor? Do they know? Because, sadly in life, when we're young, we think we're all friggin' indestructible, because frankly, well, pretty much when you're younger, you are, to a large extent. You bounce back from virtually everything. But it only takes the one thing that's not. And it will be something that is not in your control. And that is the problem. It is not, it will, I'm a strong believer of this, and I used to say this to a guy who used to do a lot of driving, to come and work with me in a company. And lots of people go, I don't know how you could drive that much. And I went, I understand how you can drive it that much. I personally wouldn't do it myself. I mean, it was quite an easy journey, to be honest. And I did it every day with my dad. So I drove pretty much past his house every day. And occasionally I'd even say hello to him. Not literally, but as I knew I was passing his house, I kind of yell at him hi, as I drove past at 70 mile an hour. But, oh, for goodness sake. The problem is that as an individual, it is not necessarily your driving that will be the problem when you're on the road. It's the other idiots. And you will be driving, mind your own business, and some. Well, yeah. And, you know, I as part of my hobby kleptomania issues, one Friday, so I actually got there about this sort of time in the afternoon, actually, but I finished work at about 12 o'clock, and I understand that. Other than going to work for my transfer of employment, I have not been out of this house since the 12th of August last year, so I understand that. But you know, I'm on some of my crafting antics in search of toys and utilities and things. One day it was a big famous day when eBay died, right? And I was waiting to find out if I was the winner of a particular object that I'd been rather looking forward to. And you could log in and send messages, but you could not bid or see what was going on with any of the items. And I contacted them and I kind of went, you know, hi, as far as I know, I'm the highest bidder on this thing. You know, was hoping to kind of come and get it as soon as possible. The bid was due to run out kind of like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, do you know if there were any other bidders? And the person wrote back was, well, at the time, you were the only, you know, at the time of eBay dying, you were the only person. And I said, right, well, is there any chance I can come and collect it this weekend? Oh, no, we're going away this weekend. But you could get it this afternoon. And I went, okay, but it's not due to 1 o'clock. That would mean I probably wouldn't get to you till 5 or 6. And she went, because it was a good 5-odd hour drive. And I kind of went, is there any way we can do the deal now? And I said, you know, I'll happily pay you. And she went, yeah, if you want. I'll consider, you know, I'll effectively pull it's all against eBay rules and conditions, obviously, but I'll pull the thing because eBay was bust. You know, when it comes back up, I'll pull it. And, you know, you can pay through PayPal so that, you know, you still get your PayPal coverage. And I got off work at 12 o'clock, went straight to the petrol station, filled my car up, drove up the 5-odd hours to be there. I was there by about 4:30. Threw the thing in my car. Now, I need to point out the thing. The thing was over 6 feet long. It was quite a big thing. And it's quite a heavy thing at that. Cheers for that. Got back in the car, didn't even have a cup of tea and a pee. Because I didn't want to be out too late, because, well, I hadn't been home and the dogs were sitting cross-legged on the doorstep. Came back, got home, pulled the thing out, put it all together. I was home by 9 o'clock. I built it. And it was kind of like, hurrah. But I'd spent 10 hours in the car for that. And of course, it's not necessarily me. You know, if there'd been an accident, well, first of all, that thing would have gone flying and probably killed somebody else because, well, it would have gone flying. And it fitted in a Mini, God bless it. But I did the same one time. There was a spinning wheel and I wanted it because I wanted it. And it finished, I don't know, I think it was something like 5:30 in the night. And I went, can I come and get it tonight? And she went, where are you? And I explained where I was. And she went, that's about a 2-hour drive. And I went, yeah. She went, well, if you really, really want, see you in a couple of hours. 2 hours later, ding dong, hello, come to collect me thing. So I'm not against random antics of going for a long drive. I quite like driving, but like a lot of things, I like it when it's my choice. When it's not my choice, yeah, not so much. You know. But yeah. me and my dad's more big conversations and sorting out, you know, where to find all of the information, where, you know, having sorted out power of attorney, both medical and legal, just meant everything went so much more smoothly. Really did. And to be honest, you know, pick someone that you vaguely trust, you know, a good friend, and say, here, dude, gonna name you as this. Do you mind? If they say yes, they're not the dude you thought. But, you know, you don't have to do anything unless tragedy happens. So, you know, worry not planning on it, but just in case, you're going to be nominated, dude. And I really ought to do that. To be fair, should I part this mortal coil earlier than by choice, at this time, Trev gets everything. Because Trev would take the dogs, Trev would look after the dogs, and to be honest, that's the only thing I'd care about once I've gone, is whether the dogs were looked after. So you can have everything where, you know, as long as you look after the dogs. So it's kind of, that's the deal. Look after the dogs, you can have it. If you're not going to look after the dogs, no, you can't. There you go. I have considered changing it to be some friends who've got children, so that effectively it can be them stroke their children. I mean, it's not that I've got a fortune, but like everything, you know, if you don't leave anything, the government takes the lot. If you don't name people, literally the UK government will take the lot, if you do not have a partner. Which I find to be slightly cheeky, to be honest. Because just because you haven't got a partner doesn't mean you haven't got friends, family and otherwise that arguably would benefit. But no, if you do not have immediate family, so you do not have children or a partner, it doesn't go to them, it goes straight to the government and they get the whole damn lot. Of course, should you leave it to most things anyway, they take tax off it at about 40%. So, you know, let's truly be honest here, they get a decent chunk of it anyway. But why give them more than they need? So yeah, definitely, while morbid, definitely the thing to do though. Sort it out before it's too late and you regret it because something happened and you hadn't. I mean, there are lots of things you can put off in life, lots of things that you can not sort out for months and it's just a mild inconvenience. But something like that, you never know when you're going to need it, and if you don't deal with it, it's too late, and now you can't. You can't do it backwards. I didn't do the thing first, did I? Idiot. Yeah, you can't do it backwards. You can't kind of half wake in a hospital bed and go, I name this person my medical dude, because it's too late. Decisions will already have been made. And what if you can't wake up? What, more accurately, can't express your wishes? The reason why most will start with I so and so with sound body and mind hereby do, because you're expected to do it while you're in a fit state to do it. Now, you are round the pin and you're not having none of that shenanigans. But both of you are round the pin, so we're definitely not having that level of shenanigans, if you don't mind. It's not easy to pull you out. And put you back in. Not round the pin thread. There we go. I'm sure it's fascinating watching me squint and stab at things. Especially as what? It's been 2 hours and I've done like an inch. Sure, it didn't take that long to do the last lot. And it's not like I ain't got plenty to do. I really expected this one to be a lot shorter than it is. Thank you. Always good for a strange story. Or 6. Thanks for coming. Ow, ow, ow! Foot, don't do this again. You did this last night. Ow! Mother of... Ow! Oh, thank you. As I say, I don't know why Twitch isn't doing its notifications particularly well, but I am aware that it doesn't, so hence the Discord thing is around to do so. So as a reminder to everyone, you can do !Discord to get the Discord server. It's the quietest Discord server in the world, but it is good for notifications of when this kicks off, so it's primary job. So. Ow. That's right, I had this last night. My left foot does this, and I don't know what's wrong with it. It's like someone's stabbing me in the side of the foot, but there's nothing wrong with it. It's just being annoying. And then it stops for a bit. But it's really, really painful. Like to the can't really see it hurts kind of level of painful, which is quite impressive. I'd argue I've broken it, but clearly that's not a thing. I haven't done anything interesting enough to break it then, so. I do that a lot, but no, this is it's a bit like a pin stab, but basically there's a point on the inside side of my foot that just suddenly goes ow, 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 like I've been stabbed with a steak knife or something. And it did it last night. I was lying in bed, all comfy, all snug, dog's happy, chill for once, you know. And then it's utterly painful to the point I can't see while it hurts because my brain switches off because it hurts that much. And then it kind of goes away again, and you're kind of going, so what was all that about? And it goes, what? Well, all the screaming, ow, and it kind of went, I wasn't doing nothing. So there is technically nothing wrong with it. It's just having moanies. But it really hurts. But as it's intermittent, and you know, like last night, I was lying in bed, you know, doing nothing, so it's not that it was under pressure, it was not cold, it was not hot, it was not, oh, frankly, anything. So, you know, if it's going to whine about it, well, it's clearly just having a whine about it, so it can't be important, otherwise it'd do it more often, and, but it didn't half hurt. You know, it's more than the, like, pins and needles owls you get, but it's that similar pins and needle intensity where it kind of suddenly gets ow when the pins and needles start, and you're kind of like trying to pump some blood around to stop it hurting. But it really is more like someone stabbed it, and well, clearly that's not the case, so... Ding? Oh, yeah, my phone. Co-worker. Discussing some crap from this morning. Even though we're both not at work now. bobbin on the floor. Where did the tin go, dogs? Because I see you've jiggled everything. Where did the tin of bobbins go? Oh, I'm so sorry I'm touching my couch. Oh, oh, oh dear. Was I using my couch? Oh no. Let's put the bobbins away because, well, they're getting a bit much. Another one's made a leap for the floor. There we go. Let's put that up. That's right, I nearly dropped my tin of bobbins. It fell off my table, more accurately. Little puppy getting grumpy because I was touching the couch and potentially applying the world's micro amount of pressure on one of his dog hairs. Because I was leaning looking for something. I need to remember whose couch it is, though. And who pays for the couch. And whose home this is. Whose name is... I know, it's just rude of me, isn't it? Utterly rude of me. I appreciate that. Bobbins. Oh dear, am I sitting in my seat? God forbid. Yes, I'm sitting in my seat and Sir Furship had decided that his paw should be where I normally sit. So it was touching my butt and we were complaining about it. In case you wonder, I put the pins back so that everything's in the right place when I tie the knot, so it's not pulling on it and it's not making it shorter, fatter, wider, thinner, you know. To try and end up with reasonable knots between the two halves. Because obviously you want the knots to be fairly tight. But, well, you want the knot to be tight, but you don't want it to be pulling it out of shape. Yeah. Well, if you look at some of the other squares, we have improved our tying off technique over the course of the Joy. Just because, obviously... I'm getting more aware of how it reacts when I join them together. Hence I put an extra twist on them, because when you tie them in a knot, allows them to move, and if there isn't an extra twist, it can kind of look like it's coming undone. So it looks like two parallel lines, and of course that makes it stand out more. Now, you two, or the other half of this stitch, I'll put a bit of tightenage on you to make sure that these two are in the right place. And why I only cut one bobbin off at the time? Make sure I put the right one through the hole. Because if when I pull it through the hole, there's a bobbin on the end of it, and you can see the wrong one. Now, as I covered yesterday, I ordered some stuff off eBay, and I've been collecting patterns for ideas, well, just for the sake of collecting patterns, frankly. But I've been collecting patterns, and this dude on eBay has been selling them. And they are his best friend's mother's lace bobbin stuff. And frankly, the woman was a genius. You'll understand why in a minute. So, here I am, sewing my ends. Which frankly is the bane of existence, like sewing in ends on nearly every craft out there. Sewing of ends is a little bit of a bane of everyone's existence. Now, this woman, bless her, made it square, not unlike my square. I mean, it's not the exact same square, because this is my square, but it is a square. And she's done exactly, God bless this woman. I don't know who she was. Well, obviously she was his best mate's mother, but I don't know her name. But this woman was a saint in my eyes. I paid 15 quid for some patterns and 5 quid for delivery, because it's quite a big box of crap. And it is a square, much like this one. I would reach for it, but the dog would go nuts. Hang on. So I got a big box of stuff. And one of the things in it, she says, wondering if she can find it without going too far down in the pile of stuff. Because, well, there's quite a big pile of stuff. Oh, he can grow out of it. Is this it? No, it's another one. There it is. So, in it comes with things she's made. Okay. And there are some things, so let me quickly show you this. So, for example, she made a red sparkly circly thing. She made a green and red sparkly circly thing. I'm not quite sure what she was going to do with those. And she made this pink and white roundy thing. And she made a square. Now, it is not far off similar to my square. It's in fact, it's made by the same lady who designed the squares that were the inspiration for my squares, because one of her patterns is actually in this box. But she made this pattern of square, and she made it with slightly chunkier thread than I have, and you know, whatever. It's a mighty fine looking square, I'm sure you will agree. But what you can't see as well as I can is that here, along this portion here, is the join. She glued them. This, to me, alone, I mean, she made a better job of her knots, to be honest. Hers does look a damn sight better than mine. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure why hers looks so much better than mine. But they do. However, she glued her knots. To me, this one, I wrote back to him and I said, you know, thank you very, very much. And I said to him, because I made him I made him an offer of 15 quid on top of the £5 postage, which he is accepted. Because I did it last time. I offered him 20 quid for a big folder of shit that he was selling. Anyway, mainly because if I tell you that most lace patterns are about £6-7 each, and this is an entire box full of them, it's a bargain, really, right? And I said, there's a square. She's made a square. And she's glued the ends. To me, that's almost priceless. Seriously, it is almost priceless, because I have been making squares and I am gluing the ends because they take me about a month, and I'll absolutely be distraught should it fall apart, should I need to come washing it. And so the fact that she's also glued her ends really does cheer me up. I never thought I was doing anything unique, but knowing that it is not the traditional way that one does these things, and that, again, lace makers around the world will be turning in their graves because I've done it. But the fact that she did it makes me feel a bit better, because it's not just me that has the fear of the knots. Now, well, as I've said a few times, if I was giving this to the King of England, or it was going on show in some museum to be heralded, an example of, right? There is a reason to stick to traditional ways of doing it and doing your utmost to make it as perfect as humanly possible. On the flip side, this is going on my landing. The only person likely to ever see it will be me. And, it's not going to be put in some display cabinet somewhere. I will, of course, be taking a picture of it, but on a daily basis, the only person who's actually kind of, regular contact of it will be me. And on top of that, it is going to be in use, not just for display. And by being in use, it therefore needs to be somewhat more practical than if it's going in some, frame or other on a wall. Because, to be honest, I know that obviously oil paintings that have aged with time get restored and all the rest of it, but even they only get it like once every 300 years. It's not, if you're put on a wall, you're put on a wall. You don't really do anything with it. Whereas a curtain, tablecloth, all of those kind of things, well, shit happens to them. And they need cleaning. And, given that this will be in a window that I will likely open during the summer, so it will be somewhat open to the elements on occasion. Now, we're not talking out in the garden getting wet and mouldy, but we are talking breeze, insects, potential dirt in the air, blah-de-blah. It's likely at some point I'm going to need to wash it. Now, even if all you do to wash it is gently soak it in some water and rinse it and let the water slowly drain and rinse and repeat a few times to gently alleviate the worst of the dust off the top of it, you're still getting it wet and you're still potentially agitating it at a level. Well, if that's the case, the last thing you need is to put it in a thing of water and for it to fall apart. Because if it's taking on average a week or so per square, even at minimum time, that's 72 weeks. Well, so if that then fell apart, so will my sanity, frankly. So the preserving of the work seems a wise decision. And making sure that it has the most survivability in terms of now. Am I going to be washing it every week? No. I'm going to be honest, trying to avoid washing it. But it will potentially, at some point, need a wash. And when that should happen, I want to have a reasonable confidence that I will not be booking myself into a funny farm within about 10 minutes of it touching water. Because much as I know these knots are the right knots, my brain does not... I mean, I've done... Well, it's like... I think I remember showing people that when I was tying up some knots to go round the top of the bobbins. There's a thing called the weaver's knot. Now, a weaver's knot, in theory, makes the tiniest little lump, but holds two pieces of string together with zero kind of bunny ears, tails left over, but also will take basically as much strain as the thread will take it. But even though I did it exactly the same every time, I could get different results. And sometimes they were as strong as an ox, and other times they just pulled clean through. Yet I did the exact same actions every time. And there's obviously a bit of voodoo magic in how to make it fail or not fail, where obviously something flips slightly and you don't see it. But I swear I did the same actions each time, and more often than not, the tiniest bit of pull on the thread, so such as tugging it like that for a bit of tension, and well, it fell apart, and so it was no good to you. And so if I do these knots in accordance to the Great Knot Dictionary that says thou shalt do left over right and left over right again. Sorry, it's left over right and right over left, which means that the left becomes the right, and then the right goes around the left, so the left stays in a straight line, and the right does all the work, so surely it just slides out. My brain farts at that point. So I don't trust it, and because I can't trust my brain is pretty logical, it will not let me believe that these knots will be enough. And because you have to cut them fairly short, I do not want to be in a position where I go choppity chop and it comes undone. Or have to put it in, let it rest in some water and watch it unravel. Because now it's where it's got freedom. No, don't be needing that. Really, really, really don't be needing that. And so the tiniest daub of glue, if that stops it from being a problem, it's getting a tiny daub of glue. Now, when I'm doing my weaving, I do employ a similar trick. Now, I use different glue, admittedly. Well, yeah, exactly, right? But when I do my weaving, when you weave, much like steeking your knitting, you can just chop your weaving. But as we all know, sometimes cloth frays. And what you don't need is to watch your hard-earned weaving fall apart, because, again, soul destroying. So what I do is, where normally you cut along, what you do is you kind of get to the end and then you put in a contrasting pair of picks so that when you cut between the lines and you've got a clear straight line to cut along and all of that kind of stuff, it does work pretty well, to be fair. This thread's catching on pins, and I was trying to guide it not to, but it wasn't having none of it. What I do is I have a seriously huge mega bottle of school PVA glue, which dries clear. Now, PVA glue, for the uninitiated, is transparent. So I slob on, once I've done both parts of my contrasting colour, I smear on a healthy daub of PVA glue all the way along the line. Now, while it's on the weaving loom, This is really nondescript. When it comes off the weaving loom and you chop it, the glue holds the ends from fraying off. You then sew it, wash it, and wash away the PVA glue. But of course, now it's all on the inside and all hemmed up, it can't fray, and it's all safe and sound. And frankly, it has saved my sanity a lot, because it means that you can cut with a little bit more confidence that it's not going to unravel, and that, you know, you don't need like 6 inches of waste between everything because it's going to frill and fall apart, because, well, it's not. You decide how long you need to be to make the hem you want, and you do that, put in 2 shots of thing, and then do the hem bit for the next one. It's really quite practical. And because it takes a little while to dry, and it is a little while, but what I generally do is I let it dry for a couple of hours, sometimes overnight, because much like doing these triangles, once you get to the end of them, you deserve a bit of a change and a break, so you wander off and do something. And so it dries while you're not doing that, and of course it's suspended in air at that point and under tension, so everything's held absolutely perfectly. When you come back, it's dry, you continue on as if nothing happened, and nothing can stick to anything. You can't end up sticking it to itself as it goes round the corner or nothing like that. And it's great, because of course PVA glue does tend to bend slightly. Now, I'm fairly sure that that square is using PVA glue. Not that I am a glue expert, but it's not super glue, it's not hard enough. But the fact that she glued it, it's great. Absolutely great. I'm partly sure it's a PVA because it does bend and PVA bends, so it wouldn't be any good for washing. But just the fact that she glued it makes me feel better, because clearly I'm not alone. I am not the only person in this world who went, oh, that's a fucking stupid idea. I went, I don't trust those knots with my hard work. Because I think that's the thing. It's all well and good for someone to sit at the front of sit in a class or write in a book. One should not even not, because something, I think in the truest form, you're not even supposed to knot. But knots are generally accepted as normal. But of course, it also depends on the size of your thread. If you've got thick thread, a frigging knot's going to be quite big. Whereas again, a little bit of glue isn't, These were the ones I was less looking forward to. Why is that, Liz? This is because these are little squares, and I've got to join these 2 pairs to a little square hole that's right underneath it. Because I had to put in the little holes, the extra holes. That was quick. Ooh, yawny. Yeah, I've got to get 2. Now we have to use now we need to pass these two. Through the hole, because these working pins, so you go through this hole here, and I pull on this and this to pull you through, so everybody hasn't got stuck on something, which you have, because you're an iron. You're really good at that. Well, are you moving now? Foot, stop hurting when I'm thinking. You're not attached to my brain. Now some of this is because there's two threads and it's a small hole. There we go. Right. And then we need to rescue you off these pins because you just need to stop. Right. See, I don't know what to do next because obviously I'm going to finish this today, but I'm not going to have bobbins ready to start triangle 17 tomorrow. But I also don't necessarily have time to sort out an additional alternative toy to be making. I don't have time to map out another project and wrap out all the bobbins. So I don't know quite what I'm going to do. Because, well, that could be awkward, frankly. And for anyone who says, but you said you were going to do left over right and right over left, and you're doing left over left. Yeah, because I crossed them. If you ever notice, I actually cross them. This is because my brain works best at doing knots that way round. So rather than try and make it do a knot the other way round and for my brain to be going, error does not compute, I just cross the threads and then do them so that when they kind of get to the base, they twist round and they're the right way round. Ta-da! So that's what all that's about. So yeah, so for tomorrow's stream, I'm kind of stuck because I doubt I will have time to wrestle up enough bobbins to do the pattern that I wanted to do, or even, you know, if I want to do a different pattern, I've got to find one. I then have to trace it so it's on tracing paper to put onto brown paper. I can get away with not laminating it, but laminating it is a good idea. Then I've got to prick the holes in it. Then I've got to wind the bobbins. Well, by the time I've done that, it'll be like 9 o'clock tomorrow night. So, unless I get a really good crack on it tonight. And to be honest, I kind of want to watch some TV and slob a bit. So, I'm not quite sure how tomorrow's going to work because I know I won't have done these bobbins and I can't be reusing all of them because some of them will be too short, and even though I still haven't worked out how much I actually use, so excuse me. First, because they're on the line, not this solo line, difficult to get hold of. It's just while I've got a bit of a nail. I really need the thread on here to be like lime green or something, because when I'm sitting up I can't see it. Which of course is slightly stupid as well, because of course in once well, you do have to remember it's 5 o'clock and I've already done my week's work and you know, all of that kind of stuff. So I have had a bit of a week. So it doesn't help that we are ahead of you, so it's later here, so therefore I am more tired by a number of hours. Plus, of course, it's Friday, and I think we all suffer a bit that Monday morning. You know, we all suffer a little bit from the Monday morning, had the weekend, hopefully slept enough over the weekend, feeling a bit perky on Monday. By Friday, kind of wishing there were 3 days of the weekend to give you a little bit more of a run up for the following week, you know. I think we all suffer a little bit from that, so especially as we get older, so the 4-day week really does need to be a thing. Absolutely needs to be a thing. Hard to get to some of these pins because the threads are blocking it from. Come on, you can do it. No, don't go back down. No, I saw that. At least these aren't the stupidly bendy pins, or I'd have like figure 8s by now. Now, you're proving to be evil. Some of them do. It's not because they're tight, they're just evil. Sometimes putting your pin thing through the hole is harder, because it just is. There we go. Pin. Thread through the hole. Not round the pins, please. Thank you. So to be honest, this is going a lot quicker than it did when we were not chopping the bobbins off. And part of that is, if I demonstrate with these two, normally you're supposed to knot with the bobbins on. So you have to wind the bobbins round and not get it tangled round the bits of string. And, well, it's having a 4-inch bit of wood stuck on the end of the string that you're trying to tie a knot in is really unhelpful. Especially with tiny bits of string. You know, if there were bigger bits of string, maybe. I mean, are all of these going to look great? Probably not. But the principle of tying the knot, I can just tie a knot and tie a knot. I can just tie a knot. And it just ties a knot. And I need 2 more pairs to go. Well, 2 more bits to go. So yeah, I'm not overly good at this whole knotting shenanigans and making it as tidy as other people. So for example, I am going to stare intently at her square quite a lot to see how she makes hers look so much better than mine. Because part of me doesn't see how hers is so much flatter and well, better than mine. I mean, I can see it's better than mine, but I don't see what she did that makes it better than mine, because it looks like the same thing. So, yeah, which one are you? It's not you. It's you. You're hiding. You have to tell your friends. Chicken. So this needs to be like lime green or something, so it shows up a bit better. At the moment it's a cream colour, which is not a bad thing. It's not white at least, it does at least have a difference of colour in it. But and maybe if I can make it slightly thicker thread, but then fitting it and more threads through a hole is a challenge. And so the finer thread does help, because it adds the least amount of bulk. Anything else? These definitely are the more awkward ones to do. And that's not going through 2 layers. There needs to be 2 bits of thread, not the one. Need to go through this hole. I watched a film this morning, well, yesterday I think it was. I quite liked the original Stargate film, the one that started off Stargate SG-1, the series. Is it Kurt Russell or Kurt Douglas, whichever one it is, who plays the military line to go through the Stargate and discover things and all that kind of stuff. And I really like that film. I liked the premise, I liked how it was done. And there's a new film called Stargate Origins, funnily enough. God forbid they've started on the Origins shit like everybody else. But it's all about the lady Catherine, who was the girl at the very beginning of the film who was there when the Stargate was found. And she spent and dedicated her life to translating and trying to make it work, till Daniel Jackson comes along and sorts it all out. Anyway, it's her origin, and 99% of the way through the film, she's already got the codes. She's been through the Stargate herself, bloody blah, and you're kind of going, but she didn't know how to use the Stargate. You know, this is kind of not how the story goes. And of course, something happens that causes her to forget. And it is kind of well done, and it's kind of sad. But But it was actually one of the few origin films that I've seen that doesn't break the story, that doesn't kind of rewrite how half of it was done. Because it was set in like 1940 something when Nazi Germany was a thing, and you know, the Germans come to take over, and there's a big fight, and the two of them, all two sides go through the Stargate, and the Germans go through first, and they come across the kind of people with worms. I know we know they've got worms now, but you know, people with worms, because we've seen Stargate, the people with worms, and all of those kind of things. Gold, that's the word I'm after. It's been a while. And, you know, they meet up, some of them, and all of this kind of thing. So from that point of view, it really does fit. Unlike, for example, I watched the Alien Romulus last week. Another prequel kind of deal. But it's just shit. It was very, very much trying to pretend to be something it wasn't. And that felt very shoehorned, whereas this Stargate one really felt like, oh, there was a film before that one I watched. Excellent, I shall go and watch how it all started then. And it really felt like it was a planned, purposeful, designed to be that way part of the story, rather than, hey, we want to make more money out of it because we got bored, like most prequels, and this is what we did, you know. So from that point of view, it was actually not a bad film. I did enjoy it. It was not as event-filled as perhaps it could have been, but I think in some ways, if you actually think about how the original Stargate film was, it was not an event-filled thing, really. And so with that in mind, I do think it fitted very, very well. It felt, you know, it was in the right time, it was in a reasonable time period for it to be the prequel. It was done in a way that even though it was a prequel, it felt like part of the original story. So even though none of the actors were the same, it was well done. I really quite enjoyed that. So highly recommended if you're looking for something to watch. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with some of these bobbins, but something to work out later. Right, let's so we have our knot tails. And we can take out a crap load of pins, so we're going to do that. And of course this is when we discover a crap load of disasters. But never mind. Before you wonder, this is magnetic, so I can turn it upside down and the pins don't fall out. Which is why they make a funny noise when they land in it. They kind of go rather than ting, because they're being sucked into it. So here we go. We have completed square number 4 and triangle 16. Go us. We did good. I will probably glue the knots off screen because I'm really sure you don't need to see me fucking applying bits of dabs of glue to things. And it doesn't take too long, to be honest. What time's it? 5 o'clock. I could. You can watch me do a tiny dab of glue on each one and chop it if you so desire. Yeah. As I say, this is when you usually discover you really foobarred bad. And of course you've just finished knotting and doing everything and you hate it now. But we shall see. We shall see. I also haven't pushed the pins down in this corner, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because, well, they're coming out now. They're about to all come out anyway, so might as well pull them out. No point pushing them all down to pull them all out again in like 3 minutes. So. Ding. Oh, this is pretty bad for my nose. Hey Silver Dragon, how are you? I've just finished my 4th square. Go me! Very much. I'm just pulling out some pins because, well, you never pull out too many pins. But see, look, see my square. I have done my knots. I was explaining to Sugar Bear, I do not trust knots, so I tend to glue my knots. And I know it's a really hideous thing to do, and lace makers around the world are crying and screaming at me, but I glue my knots. Because I'm sure of all people you understand this as a fellow lace maker. You put blood, sweat and tears into making this. Ooh, what are you doing? I'm going to tie a knot in this before I forget. Ooh, shawl. Ooh. Is that a lace shawl, a knitty shawl, a crochet shawl? It's going to be a lace one, isn't it? Please say lace, please say lace, please say lace. Ooh, ooh. Now, obviously, it's going to be pretty long if it's going to be a shawl because it's got to go round and round your front a bit, so it's going to be a decent size. Are you making triangular, rectangular? What shape's it going to be? Yeah. Is it going to be triangle or rectangle? Long and rectangular. And are you making it in one piece or strips? Ooh, ooh, sounds exciting. Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I do have a pattern for a triangular lace shawl. Sounds pretty. I can't wait to see how that's just can't wait to see it, to be honest. I do have a pattern for a lace shawl because part of me was intrigued because originally on the website where I got it from, they had some lace shawls and what they showed was people making it in strips and joining them. Ooh, pretty. But they showed joining it together and yet the finished object didn't look too unjoined. It didn't look like, you know, mine are clearly going to have lines because, well, it's going to have lines, right? But blimey, that's well, as I said, I've worked out that on average this triangle seems to take me a week. Well, that's 72 weeks of making my net curtain. Now, admittedly, I've done 4 squares, I've done 16 triangles. You know, I'm not slacking, but I still have quite a few triangles and squares to go. So, with all of that in mind, I am distinctly impressed that you have committed, you know, you're attempting it for Christmas. I mean, we all aim for things. I mean, don't get me wrong. But I'm impressed that you're hoping to do that for Christmas. Ooh, that should be fun. I want to see that. I definitely want to see that. So. To the glue tip. Well, it's kind of would expect. I mean, to be honest, if you were using like the same thread I've got on here, for example, which is, bear in mind, this is 2 pieces of the thread, so there you go. This extra thin shit. If you were making a lace shawl out of that, my friend, I would question your sanity, especially for Christmas. Just because that would be. Oops, that's the world's biggest gloop. Hang on, it did a gloop thing. I need a thing. I haven't got any things. I need it set. I need to swipe that off. Worry about that later. Well done, glue pot. That's the only problem with glue pots. They do that. And being super glue, I needed to do something with it quick. So the only thing I had to hand was that. That's a bit of a shame, but yeah, it could be worse. I don't know where my cloth went. Oh, there's my cloth. It was hiding under the dog. So this will now be a lot easier because the glue will just go to the end and that makes it easy. So I can just go beep. Beep. Yeah. I think to be honest, as a lace maker, our sanity truly is arguably questionable, even on a good day. So let's not be pretending that there isn't a level of insanity in a lot of our projects. I mean, hello, making 72 triangles of a net curtain. So I tried to explain this to my employer today about how, frankly, doing on call on top of this really would be a little bit much for my sanity, and they kind of went, I don't understand. And it's like, well, no, you won't, because you're not a lace maker, and you won't understand the sanity level that goes into making this shit, and twisting lots of little threads to make a pan. So no, you won't understand the insanity of expecting me to be on call on top of it. But that's right. Carefully. Making sure I get the knots. It's kind of one of those concentrate moments, because obviously failure to concentrate will result in all manner of mayhem. Okay, don't know what my computer was moaning about then. Had a brief little moan. I don't know what it was moaning about. For some reason, my broadcast rate is going up something horrible. Usually it runs about 2500k a second. It's up to 6 meg. And I've only got 6 meg. So I don't know why it's so high. Give it a couple of seconds. I mean, it's dry, but I like to give it a bit more time just because I like to give it a bit more time. You know how these things can go. What were you complaining about? Oh, tomorrow's weather. Really don't care for tomorrow's weather. Busy. Arguably, I also want to do a tiny drop on this one. And I need a pin, I think, to do this one with, but not accurately because of where it is. Yes, we had 2 bobbins run out during this. But considering I wound them literally like 3 squares ago, not too surprised, not really that big. Yep. It's you taken care of. Now we need to look at you. Tie you in a knot because you're not at the moment. Just next to each other. Up. And put the really long one through the short one. Knot. And for our sanity, we will dab of glue that one as well, because as I'm sure Silver of Dragon will understand, I do not need this shit coming apart later. That's just not what anybody needs. So I don't care how untraditional it is. Silver of Dragon, I bought some stuff off eBay, and a lady has made, the lady whose stuff it was, now sadly departed, she'd made a square, not dissimilar to my own. It's a bit smaller, but it's in a similar style. She glued her ends too. I feel so much better, because I know that technically you're not supposed to glue your ends, but for the amount of time it takes, I am gluing the ends on this, that's for sure. It's just not in my interest to watch it fall apart. God forbid I ever have to wash it. So my sanity will not take that. And I'm sure you will understand that for your shawl, is that one of your concerns will be making sure that the knots are, and the joins are good enough, where there should be ends and all the rest of it, that, well, it doesn't fall apart. Because again, with the considerable effort that you will be putting into it, the last thing you need in your life is to hear that it fell apart. So. I really need a better pin lifter than my fingernails. What is it you have on your pattern? What do you mean? Oh, this! The outside bit. It's lamination, so it's basically a plastic folder you heat up and it welds itself together so that it protects it, so that you can reuse it without the holes getting a bit more dog-eared as they would by the many, you know, so for example, I can lift it like this a little bit. So yeah, I laminated it because clearly I'm going to be making a lot of them, and it would be nice if I didn't have to make a print out every single time I was going to do it. So I laminated it. Getting these pins out is a real ball ache. It's not so bad once you've got going, and if you can like get your fingers in a bit and lift it up a little bit. Yeah, I quite like laminating it because it means it's also, I won't say waterproof, but it does make it quite strong. And well, technically I've got one. There's one on the end of here. But I don't really want to do them one by one. My fingernail can usually do 2 or 3. So, so I wreck my fingernails by using pins, to be honest. But what you really want is, once you can get the corner up, you can lift up a bunch more nails at a time, and then you can like get 4 at a time, and you start getting your corners up. But I kind of, so I can usually do 2 or 3 at a time. So I usually do. It's just getting going. Sometimes it and depends how hard I've pushed the pins down over the top course of the period of the time as well. Because if I really push them down, they're almost dented inwards, and then I'm liable to damage the thread with a pin lifter. But if you can get your fingers behind it, you can start lifting them up, and they come up a lot easier then anyway. So it's just a question of time. Like lots of lace things, it's a question of time. Ooh, that would hurt. That would hurt. I've broken many nails, and my fingers are a mess. But I tend to use the side of my nail rather than the front of my nail. So as a whole, it's kind of stronger. It's a stronger bit of my nail. It's a bit. It also depends on the shape of your nails. Not wanting to sound like I'm a nail technician. But, for example, this nail is really, really flat. But, I'd be pleased to see that. I've got a couple of nail lifters, but they're all a bit pants. Thanks, Sugbear. Yeah, I tend to use my nail because, well, I abuse my body for all sorts of strange things. I am the girl who bites things. If I'm struggling to undo something, I'll bite it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm just looking at the fact that I've spotted another mistake. Oh, thank you, Silver Dragon. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I don't. You did. That's really kind of you. Thank you. There's something funky going on in this corner, and I need to look. There's something funky going on here. Not quite sure how, but there's something funky going on here. Mistakes were made somehow. To be honest, really not quite sure how I did it, but there's quite a shenanigans going on here actually. Let me show you when I've pulled the pins out and you'll see what I mean. It's actually quite significantly not right. But as it's the other side, you know, it was halfway round, I wasn't, you know, certainly wasn't going to go back and fix it. Well, this one's going to need all the help it can get, I think, actually, because, well, I'm sure you appreciate this. They stand out like they've been painted bright red. Let me zoom in on this. Hang on. I need to go to there, and then I need to go down to the corner. You can probably see it already. If you look here, there is this like underlying something that's going on. but there's definitely shenanigans at this point. There's just shenanigans, and given that you have pairs of bobbins, and I check them as I go around the corners, and all of those kind of things, but basically it looks like I screwed up checking my bobbin pairs. But there's one line that goes from here all the way down to here, and then back again. It's like it got looped all the way around there, only you do the... Yeah, I know. There's probably more than two, to be honest, but it's whatever it is it seems... Now bear in mind, when you get to a corner, I will have got to this corner... Hang on, you work around them the other way. So I'll have got to this corner, turned it, and won't work that way, right? So you start with these and work further down. But this looks like I did the stitch, looped around a pin that was already there, but I didn't, and then came back up on the other side. So somehow, really, I think I must have looped down round something and not noticed. But basically, well, I screwed that up pretty well. And again, this is part of the reason that I'm kind of glad that it is for my own use only. It does, and especially with pins and fine threads, the threads do love catching on any pin, every pin, and it does make it much more complicated because it is, you know, trying really hard to catch on everything. And just loosening a few edge ones to kind of make my life a bit easier, because then I can just kind of push the lace down and grab a whole watch of them. But it is... Mistakes are commonplace in my lace making, and it's not because I rush it, it's not because I don't try, I'm just really adept at not doing it right. And each time I seem to find new and inventive ways to make it wrong. For I have not done that one before. I have not made it quite that bad before. I've done some stupid things. I've caught some threads on some pins, so there were some loose threads, but never one that's kind of under tension, so it's well, and I think that's one of the things that I like about, I bought some videos, so I bought some lace making videos, and I watched a couple of them this week. I tend to watch them when I'm doing, well, I have them on while I'm doing work. And one of the things that I do find slightly frustrating is they are not cheap videos, right? They are not cheap, and there are quite a few mistakes in them. Now, I don't have a problem that they make a mistake. What I have a problem with is that these are tutorials, and that at no point does it make a comment, there is a mistake here, I should have said 2, not 3, or whatever, right? And so and bear in mind I am autistic, so some of these things matter, and I had this argument with my boss this morning, is that sometimes it matters. And while it doesn't change anything, wording and intention does. And so, for example, in one of the videos that I have, which is the Bucks Point one, when they're starting out their triangular bookmark with 8 billion picos in it, pretty much from the off, she does a picot, doesn't call it anything in particular, that's fine, but then goes to do a false picot and calls it a picot. Now, if you were trying to follow this along and, you know, you kind of vaguely watched what she did and then went to do this, you would be doing the wrong thing, because for like 20 times in a row, she calls it the wrong name. There are many occasions, so for example, in this ground stitch, I have done cross twist, okay? Now, you can do twist cross, you can do 2 twists if your heart desires, but you need to be consistent. She is not. she will say things like, you need to do cross twist twist in Bucks Point, and then doesn't. In the one that I was watching for her doing, is it Flanders? I watched Branch and Flanders, so anyway, it's the same lady, and basically it looks to be Branch seems to be Bucks Point, so I'm kind of cool with that. Although they do things in a different order. So in Bucks Point, you do cross twist 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 for a ground, and in Branch you do twist 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 cross. But basically, you can do the other way around, and they just call it closed. So it's the same shit. But she was doing something, and much like with this, if I'm here and I'm working down this side, and I'm working in that direction, I cannot do some of these and then come back up to do these. If these feed that, I must have done the first. And she skipped 2. And for about 40 minutes of the video, she's got these 2 pinholes that she's not done, and she's just grabbed 2 threads. Now, you can see how it's done. So if you have 2 threads, so let's say you're on an angle here, you can have 2 threads coming out of pins here that would meet at a pin here. But that's the problem. They're not the threads that would meet at a pin there. One of them is the thread that would have come from the right. And she misses these 2 holes, and, you know, basically it's now not going to work out when she comes back to it. And nothing's said. Not a single word. And at one point there is something else she does wrong, and she forgets to cover a pin. And it mentions, oh, and you should do this on the pin. It puts a little note up, and I'm cool with the note. I do not mind that she made the mistake. What I mind is that on a learner video, you pretend like that was good. You pretend like that is how you're supposed to do it, knowing full well that if you have any lace knowledge, you know that doesn't work. And have fun. So yeah, I really struggle with that, because they're expensive videos, and, you know, they are supposed to be training courses for people not people who have never done lace making, but there is kind of like how to start with torsion and, as you know, never done it kind of thing. But then there is, you know, how to progress on to do other thing videos. And I bought every single one that this particular, mainly because they're the only people who make lace videos, by the way. So I, you know, set about, and I got hold of all of them now. Admittedly, they're made in America and not overly sold here, but, you know, I managed to get hold of them all, and it was great. But I have to get quite a lot of them from America. But you do find yourself sitting there going, I've paid a lot of money for this, and it is not, I mean, they're videos clearly made back in the 80s. They're blurry as buggery. And to me, that really is quite upsetting. When you've got a video today that you could have shoved a bit through AI to improve it, and you haven't, and it's kind of got, you know, not even a 640 by 480 resolution, so that when you're looking at it on a screen of today, it's really blurry, to the point that it is almost in places impossible to see the thread accurately and what it's doing. So when she does picots, you can see, well, yeah, it is when you consider how much some of these videos are. I think they're in the region of $30 to $40 per video, right? And considering they've been obviously running them since the 80s, they've made an utter mint off them. And because they're the only people who do them. And I mean, it's not that there aren't videos on YouTube, but these are, it comes with a pattern for you to try. You get the pattern with the video. But here's the other thing. In the video, let's say she was making this square, she'd be using thread 4 times the size of this on a pattern 4 times the size of this. But that's not the pattern you get. So when you see a little bookmark, remember that tiny little bookmark I made? That was off one of those. When she made it, it was nearly the width of her hand. When I make it, off the actual pattern pricking, it's the size of less than 2 fingers. So she's working on something over twice the size with fatter threads. So of course, in that, you can see that's the next pinhole because, well, it's half a mile over there. When you're using tiny threads and the thing's going to end up being this big, no, you can't. You don't have the visibility to see what she sees. And so, of course, it's a bit like when you go on a training course. And the training course for work, and they say, right, here's some computery thing that we're going to teach you. And you go, right. And they show, right, here it is. And they get you to log into it or whatever. And you go, okay. And they say, right, you do this, you pick these options, you do that. Okay. You go back to work the next week, you didn't buy that module. You don't have those options. You've got a different version. And suddenly, all the training that you just had went out the window, because in the version you did training on, you could do this. Can't do that. You could do this. Can't do that. Oh, yeah, we didn't buy that bit. We don't have that bit. We've got an old version, so it doesn't do that. Or then the training course was a waste of my life, wasn't it? Because we're not doing that. All the things that I learn aren't doable. And stem off that. And so from day one onwards, I was wasting my time. Thanks for that. And I find that a lot with computer training courses, at least, is that you get sent on a course, if you're lucky. I haven't been on one for a large number of years, to be honest. But you get sent on a course, and it's not like the one that you've got. Pretty much the last time I went on a proper training course was a very, very long time ago. But it was the same company where my manager went, right, to do this job, you need to pick option 5, option 2, option 3. And you go, okay. So I wrote down, pick option 5, option 2, option 3. Because you would, because that's exactly what you told you to do. Yeah, my menu options are different now, weren't they? So when I picked option 5, it didn't give me the option. I couldn't do any of the things. And it was like, but I don't know how I have an option 3. So and it took me 3 days to find out what his options looked like, so I could find his menu options in my menu options. Because, of course, all he'd written down was pick option 5. Because, well, to him, that was the only option that made sense. And it is frustrating, I think, when you go on a training course. I mean, I went on one, and it was a programming training course, and it was a form of SQL, right? It wasn't SQL, but it was a form of SQL. And the woman on it had made no beefs about the fact that this was her last training course she was teaching before going off on maternity leave. So she clearly had other things on her mind. And we covered the, select shit where stuff is true, right? And the fact that you could then make up a new value. So you could do, price plus VAT. Okay, so back then it was 18%, but let's say it was 20 because life's a lot easier when it's 20. And so you do kind of like total price equals price times, 1.2. Okay, and that then gives you the price including VAT. Right. And I asked her, can you do, make a value such as total price and then select on whether that calculated value is equal, less than, whatever, than another. So can I do, where prices where with VAT takes it over £1,000? She had a go at me about how she'd throw disruptive people out of the course. Hang on, you've just done select stuff where shit is true, and now you've covered the fact that we can create new variables by, munging data together to make a new value, and all I've asked is, does this extend and work with this? And you're getting pissy. And anyway, so because she didn't know the answer and she got pissy, she had set a task, and so the task was easy. It was kind of like, get a price and add VAT to it. And so I was trying, can you do the calculation? Because clearly I wanted to know. And she came up and spoke to me and said, I can really throw disruptive people out. If you're going to be like this, I don't want you to come back tomorrow. And she said, by the way, no, you can't do it. And I said, well, that's a shame because I've just done it and it's let me. She was wrong. And then she got really upset because I was right, because there it was on my screen working. And she'd always been told it didn't work. She'd never actually tried it. And it's kind of like, but it's a logical follow-on from what you were doing. You've told us how to do A. You've told us how, you told us how to select fields. You've told us how to do a criteria on the. Well, what's the worst it's going to do? It's going to say no, right? It's going to say syntax error or, not give you the answers you expected, right? Because she was trying. She said that the calculations of the creating the field were done at the end. Well, it could be true. It really could. But when you do select, I don't know, price, description, and then total price equals price times 1.2, you kind of expect it to be calculated as it's doing the selection. She was saying that it's done afterwards, when it's done after all of the selection and the criteria have been performed. Now, to be honest, maybe it could, because maybe if you did, select stuff where original price is greater than £500, it maybe would, because it's an original field that's not being altered, and it can do it whenever it fucking likes. But it is also logical that if you're going to calculate a field, you want to do a query on the results of that. So, for example, if you're doing count the number of orders by client and tell me where clients order more than 100 things a year, you want to know that. You want to be able to do it in one statement, not multiple, right? And so it's a very, very logical thing to do. Our adverts, we love adverts. Half the time these loose threads were not loose, they were just stuck on another pin, and they appear loose once you get to this stage because you pull the pins out and then all the threads look loose. Hello! How are you? I finished my square. I'm just pulling all the pins out now. This is actually... This is a good thing. The weekend has started and everything. As you're ahead of me in time. Sugar Bear is behind us because Sugar Bear is over the other side of the pond. Hey, that gets me a whole penny, that does, I hope you know. Joined at the wrong time, I'm afraid. Yeah, you have to ask Twitch that one, I'm afraid. I think one of the things that I find kind of amusing for all the wrong reasons is that apparently Twitch has never made a profit. Yeah, if you consider how many ads people get shown when watching other people's streams, so obviously it's not like Twitch. I mean, they have server costs, I'm not stupid, but you know, it's not like it's costing them money specifically to make me stream, right? They're not paying me to stream, if you know what I mean. So it's not like I'm an employee. But, you know, it is and it isn't. That I pay for Twitch Turbo, so I don't see ads on anything. And I don't mind that. What I do mind is our thieving local government, sorry guys, who wrote to me this morning to say that your old house, yes, we've decided that you can pay double the taxes for it, because even though you currently, right, bear in mind, I live in a road, and our local taxes, because we pay taxes for fucking everything, so we pay tax on stuff you earn, tax on stuff you save. Well, this is true. I mean, but so for example, obviously I pay taxes on what I earn. I pay taxes on any interest on my savings. I pay taxes every time I buy something. Now, I technically own 2 houses, right? In part because my dad died and I could afford to buy his one. So, in this house, no one in our road has children, so we don't need schools. Since I've been here, there's been 2 burglaries. They didn't catch anyone either time, so let's not pretend that that's a thing. I was a victim of extreme road rage when I lived at my old house. They promised that they'd come and talk to me. Well, it's about 7 years later now, and I'm still waiting because they didn't come. And you know, there is no street light here. The road is my personally road. It's in the deeds of my house. I own the road. It's a private road, so they do not pay for the upkeep of the road. They do not pay for the sewage drains in the road. I have to, you know, should that go wrong, technically I have to pay for it. But there is a deal with all the houses around here, well, the other 3 in the road, that should something need doing, that I pay 30%, my immediate neighbours pay 30%, and the other 2 pay 20% each to make up the 100%. So should something need doing, that such as resurfacing the road, that, you know, the cost is spread. The council do not do this. They do not have to lift a finger because it's not their road. So what exactly am I paying my taxes for? Oh, for the people who come round every 2 weeks to empty the bin, who often don't come, who broke my bin, and I had to pay for a new bin. When I needed an ambulance, I had to wait 9.5 hours. And yet you now expect me to pay double for a house that is empty, so not drawing on their resources, not damaging their road, but now I've got to pay double? So effectively, I will now be paying for the equivalent of 3 houses. So yes, thanks for that. Thanks for that piece of mail this morning, Council. I feel so much better about your not doing stuff to fix the potholes, you know? Yes. guess there is kind of a level of justification for that, because if they are not fixing problems, if they are not maintaining a reasonable level of standard for the cost that they're asking, that doesn't seem such a wrong kind of thing to do. I've got to approve that. Hang on, handed a pin. Yeah. And this is kind of the problem with some of it, is that, you don't mind paying if you're getting something in return. So, I don't mind paying towards the council because, eventually they come and... Do they have rules about you finding an engineer to do it, a handyman kind of engineering dude, to do it yourself and then sending them the bill? Yeah, you mentioned that. There is... It does sound a tad, dodgy. That's a word for it. It does sound slightly on the closer to illegal than perhaps it should be, even if it's not actually illegal. It sounds like it's kind of, dancing the fine line of technicalities. But there's easy ways to find out. Seriously, it's really easy to find out. You can buy them on Amazon. You get things that will tell you where the wires go in your walls. And they're not that expensive. I mean, on your level of what you're doing because you're at college and all the rest of it, it's probably a bit too expensive for you. But for an average dude... And to be honest, that's not uncommon. Where my ex-husband lived before where he is now. That's right, I've got pins in there. He had the same kind of problem in that the people he directly rented off and that kind of actually did the work were really nice people. But the people who owned it, and so arguably are the ones responsible for it, weren't so good. And the problem is if you think about when you rent somewhere, chances... Well, the thing that Trev had was that his front door broke. Well, to be fair, they would probably have been plumbers and so wouldn't do electrics, but I know what you mean. Trev had a broken front door. Now, Trev was the reason that the front door was broken, mainly because he locked himself out and then charged his way through it. But it took them like 9 months to fix the door. His shower broke, and his apartment didn't have a bath, only a shower, and his shower broke. They didn't come. He had no hot water for about 6 months. And as you say, the problem is it's all well and good, but there are standards of living that is expected, such as being able to wash, and you kind of have the right for your money to expect to be able to achieve that. And if they're not going to maintain the property in a way that makes it arguably habitable, it does seem excessively cheeky to then be saying, well, hey, we've decided you need to pay more money in rent this year because the, money's gone up. Well, yeah, but the quality of living's gone down because you haven't been fixing any of the things. Now, as I say, some of the things that needed fixing were because Trev broke them, but many of the things were not. And hence he's moved, by the way. But, you know, it is something that you sit there going, renting is not cheap. Renting is not a cheap option. There's a pin in here somewhere. There it is. Renting is not cheap. It is more expensive than owning. However, the thing I find ludicrous in life is that, and I think I explained this before, when I had my house in London, this is the only one I have exact numbers for, so I can help. My mortgage for a £72,000 mortgage was £312 a month. If I had wanted to rent the house that bought me, it was £1,500 a month. But the banks go through all this hoo-ha about, I don't know whether you can afford to live there. Well, you'd let me rent it at 1,500 quid. You have no say in me renting it at 1,500 quid, but you're going to cry over the fact that I want to buy a house that will only be £312 a month. And it is a common complaint over here, is the fact that many renters are obviously paying horrendous amounts of money to rent somewhere. Yet, when they try and buy somewhere, oh no, we don't think you can afford it. Well, I've been affording the rent that's 6 times the cost for the last 5 years. How much more proof do you want that I can afford this? You know, and it is really wrong because, you know, at least, I mean, for example, I had man round earlier in the week to clear my gutters because, well, there was moss in them and it was beginning to cause a leak. And they did a perfectly good job until I noticed on the evening when I went to put my bins out, they bust my outside light. And they didn't just bust my outside light by knocking it and, you know, putting a crack in it or something. No. They must have stood on it because they were healthy, you know. They were not the skinniest of individuals. You know, they weighed a reasonable amount of weight. They must have stood on it because the back plate, which is metal, has snapped in half. Now, as a homeowner, I have to fix that. Now, I can arguably sue them and say, you broke it, you fix it, but I can't prove they fixed it. I have no video proof of them doing it, only that I happen to know it was in fine before they came, and a few hours later it was completely broken. And the only people who would have ever been near it is them, because it's right next to a drain pipe. So, you know, it's not even like the window man came and might also have been... No, don't have window man here. Or I don't pay for a window man, so no one does my windows. But you do. You sit there going, as a homeowner, if it breaks, I'm responsible for it. So if my boiler stops working, I've got to do that. And if they say you need a new boiler, I have to pay the £2,500 for a new boiler. Did that. There is all of these parts of it. And so, as a homeowner, it is arguably more expensive in that front because you are responsible for all of the replacements. Should I need a new roof? I've got to pay for that. Should it, the window fail, I've got to pay for a new window. Should the lock in the door go like it did on my old house, I've got to pay for that too. But as a renter, you know full well you are paying enough every week, month, insert period here, to cover all of those costs and for your dude who owns it to make a profit. Because just like every company who, take my glasses. My glasses, they're a pitiful pair of glasses. Hang on. These glasses were cheap. These glasses seriously were cheap. So I don't hold a lot of grudges, particularly for these glasses. Because they are very focal glasses. And I paid less than £100 for them. If I wanted to buy just the frames at the opticians, it would cost me more than that. So I really don't mind that these glasses are really kind of looking a bit bad at the moment. because the coating's wearing off, but then the coating wears off on expensive ones too, so it's not the fault that they were cheap. These glasses have done me proud. You know, do they make me look suave, sophisticated and sexy? Hell no. But I don't need to and I don't care, so that's fine. They're glasses that sit on my face that allow me to see. That's all I really care about. I am not so much about the aesthetics of my glasses. But normally my glasses are nearly £1,000 because I am incredibly short-sighted. The opticians will then say, oh, well, you know, we can't give you normal lenses. They won't fit in any of the frames. You have to have the super condensed, extra expensive glass shit that starts at, you know, £600-700 a lens. And then, of course, well, you're very focal. So, you know, add another, you know, it's almost like add a naught for that and all. And there is a bit of you kind of going, this is not a fashion statement. I'm not doing it. It's not like I'm dyeing my hair pink because I want to look cool. I need to be able to see. It's a fact of life that I need to be able to see so I'm not a danger to myself. Because if I take my glasses off here and now, I can see the outline shape and I can see that that mesh is different to that mesh. But not a lot more than that. I mean, if I look at it on my computer screen, I can see that there is kind of a whitish square. I can't see the brown. I can see this is a different colour. Because, well, I sort of see the brown. It looks more like a bit of a shadow, but I happen to know it's brown. Seriously, my eyesight, I'm a mole. I am a frigging mole. And, you know, it like renting, people need to live somewhere. It's not like, you know, I happen to have 2 houses and that's not essential. But it is, because if you've seen the amount of shit I got, I need the other house, which is the only reason I don't sell it, to be honest. It's full of shit. Almost literally. And that's the thing is, for people who want to pay for cosmetic glasses, so they can, you know, so the bimbo can look a little bit more intellectual. You see, that's more of my level, to be honest. You know, hide. But as you say, if you want cosmetic glasses, make the money out of them. Make the money out of people who don't have to be doing this. It's I mean, for me, I mean, for example, let's pick on people who are disabled, who require medication for their ailment, right? Whether it's painkillers, whatever. The Americans system will have them paying vast fortunes for this privilege. As far as I understand it. Now, here in the UK, because I had bowel cancer, try and work this one out in your head, our prescriptions are about £9.50 per prescription. So, irrelevant of what the drug cost is, if your doctor writes a prescription for 3 different drugs, you pay 3 times £9.50 for the things on your list, whether they cost them 20p or 20 grand, right? So from our point of view, we pay for our prescriptions, but it's a fucking token effort job, right? Plus, you can prepay if you are on regular medication, so that you pay less than £9, because basically it works out that if you have more than 3 things, your quid's in if you pay in advance, right? Well, having had bowel cancer, I am exempt from paying for prescriptions for a number of years. Do you know what's wrong with me? That wasn't wrong with now I get migraine medications and I was paying for those, which I'm obviously now not. But it's not because I had bowel cancer. There is nothing wrong with me now. I mean, I've got 8 inches less to bowel, and I do occasionally have dodgy guts as a result, because, well, there's 8 inches less of it to settle down before it comes to the other end. But that's it. It's the only side effect I've got, that and a 15-inch scar. There's nothing wrong with me. Oh, I'm too stubborn for that. Worry not. That was my second time having cancer. And funnily enough, around the time that I found out I had bowel cancer, my boiler played up. And the guy who came to look at my boiler went, "Hey, didn't we meet before?" And I went, "Yeah." And I went, he said, "So what's up with you?" Because I was looking a bit sorry for myself because I'd literally just had my operation. I went, "Oh, I've just had an operation because I had bowel cancer. They chopped out a great chunk of me, but, I'm all right." And he kind of went, "Oh, sympathies on that." And I went, "Well, it's the second time I had cancer. It was a bit weird, really. The first time I found out I had cancer, I was like all doom and gloom and, oh my God, and, will I die? And I went through quite a lot of that. But this time round, it was like, yeah, whatever. You're going to do whatever you need to do. Get on with it. Can we not just sit around and talk about it? Can we, what are you going to do to fix it? Can you fix it? You're going to chop bits out. Great. When can you do that? Oh, we'll wait a month. Why? Can't you do it Monday? And he said, funny you should say that. He'd had cancer twice, too. And the first time, much like me, he was kind of like, oh my God, the world is going to end, and life will never be the same. I might not survive this. What will I do? Second time, yeah, bollocks, whatever. And we shouldn't be like that. We really shouldn't. But the problem is it's a bit like being scared. If you have been totally scared of something, and then it doesn't happen, the next time round, you are not as scared of it the second time round. I mean, cancer is still not a pleasant thing. But, in fairness to my bowel cancer and to my leukemia, to be totally honest, I had no symptoms for either of them. So I was not suffering beforehand. Unlike lots of these things where you see on the TV, they come in with an ache and a pain or an ailment of some form or, no, I had literally nothing. I had no signs. I had either of them. And so, from that point of view, I didn't suffer before. Therefore, to be honest, I suffered more having the treatment for it than I did having it because, well, I didn't suffer anything beforehand. So, obviously, anything they did, any aches, pains, medical nausea or whatever, was more problematic than the original thing because, well, I never had any problems. And the bowel cancer one we found by chance. And it was... Now, obviously, we all know that there are many stages, but there are more stages than they tell you about stages. So, while I had nearly stage 2, I had 1C cancer of the bowel. Now, I can tell you this, that if you go Google cancer of the bowel, and it will say, this gnarly thing is cancerous, and it will look gnarly. And then you can find pictures of it. It's, it's one of those things. Welcome to the world with the rest of us, right? I'm currently on 3 medications. One of which is to stop the girly mess once a month. Now, to maintain getting these pills, I have to go and I have to go and have my blood pressure checked. I've been taking these fucking things since I was 16 years old. If I was going to react to them, I probably would have done it by now. And to be honest, I don't have a car. Don't want to pay for a taxi to go to the doctor because it's expensive. And so I am facing the fact that by the end of the week, I will have run out of pills. And I'm not that worried by it because, women around the world deal with it all the time. Plus, I'm also old enough, and pretty sure I've done menopause twice now, that when I stop, it's not actually going to do anything. Well, I think you said you were 16. Yeah, at 16 I was still in one piece. By the time I was 19, no, I wasn't. I was unable to walk by the time I was 19. I can walk now, by the way. But, like a lot of these things, it is difficult when your body is not playing along. But sometimes your body makes mountain out of molehills, and there's nothing really that wrong with you. And it's been worrying you for weeks with really weird symptoms. And like earlier, so, as Sugar Bear will tell you, my left foot is being annoying at the moment. Last night and earlier on Steam, I was sitting here and it's like someone stabbed me. And I'm not mean, pin stab. I'm talking 6-inch blade kind of stab, right? And it hurts to the point I cannot see visually because the amount of pain distracts my brain so hard it doesn't take in any of the visual stuff going on around me. But it is kind of a stab. So I do see in between, but for the duration of the stab, I have no idea. My vision just disappears, right? Now, the fact that it's been 18 hours since it, since it last did it, means it's really not that interesting because it's not constant. So I haven't broken anything, and I wasn't sitting on it. It's not that it's, was in an odd resting position. It's not like I've overdone it. So to be honest, there's nothing wrong with it. But it really freaking hurts. Now, I would not bother a doctor with that because, well, the only reason we found I had bowel cancer was I had a skin tag on the hole. And I went to the doctor because, well, a skin tag on the hole makes it hard to keep it clean. And they didn't fix it, so, well, that was really worth it, wasn't it? But they insisted on, me pooping on a stick and a blood test, and the pooping on the stick and the blood test went, ooh. And my doctor kind of went, really? And they did the camera thing, and after much anguish, and discovered that I had a little lump. But my little lump was really harmless looking. Seriously. If you Google any picture of cancerous things of the bowel, any cancerous things of the bowel are veiny, gnarly, miserable, kind of zombie looking, right? Mine was just a little bobble. It was like there was a little blib. It would be a bit like there was this little blib like that. If the rest of my bowel was flat, there was this little blib like that. And he was the same colour. He didn't look gnarly. He was a little sluggy shape, but he was kind of minding his own. He's never given me grief. Didn't know he was there. And it turned out to be nearly stage 2 cancer. And there is a bit of... But they also found another one. Now, it was very much smaller. At the very top of my bowel, where it joins your stomach. Or your small intestine, whatever. I'm not a biologist. But you know what I mean. It went up the bowel, and further up, there was a little one. And he was tiny. He's like 2 millimetres, right? So, the big one, nicknamed Sluggy, got all the attention. And Phil, who basically at the back having a fag, because he's really not doing anything, they ignored. Well, when they went in and removed 8 inches of my bowel and had all my guts on the table for a number of hours, why didn't they take Phil while they were in there? Why did they leave it so that it potentially... Of course I named them! I'm weird, of course I named them! I almost wanted frigging photos of them. Come on. Actually, I did want photos of them, but they forgot. I asked if I could have photos, and they kind of looked at me and went, yes. And I went, great. And then they forgot, bastards. Mainly because they sent me home when they did the biopsy of Sluggy. And they kind of, well, they didn't biopsy him. Technically, they were kind of taking him out. But they perforated my bowel and then told the guy doing it, A, had been late, B, reckoned that, everyone was banging on about how he's the best in the country. Do you know what I got today? I got a thing saying come for breast screening, and do you know what I'm doing? I'm not going. Why not? Because I'm 50 fucking 2. Gotta do something. I've had cancer twice. If I hear I've got it again, I'm really not in the mood. Seriously. Everyone draws a line. And after I had leukemia, I really upset my my fiance at the time. It's very hard when he's been boyfriend, fiance, husband, now his ex-husband, but really he's just friend now. But it really upset him because obviously when he came out and I'd spent 6 months in hospital puking my guts up and basically back... I would say to you to think about it this way. Breast cancer in men is less common. Period. Right? And usually it passes down the female line. Now, that doesn't mean it can't pass down another line, because, well, colour blindness is primarily men, but it passes down through the women, right? So it is, obviously, because, you know, give birth to people, but primarily it will be the mother who passes it on. So if there's a brother and sister, and daddy is colourblind, any children of the brother, who may also be colourblind, probably won't be, but the children of the sister probably will be. It's a bit like blood groups, right? You know, there's fucking great matrices of things. But in terms of breast cancer, the one thing I will say, as a woman who has colossal knockers, for record, double J's, they try and squish them into 1mm pancakes. And I can tell you now that it is one of the most excruciatingly painful things I've ever had done to me, bar the fact that this dude gave me a perforated bowel. I do not remember pain like it at any other point in my life, and I lost 4 inches of bone in my leg and broke my pelvis. The pain of having my boobs squashed by the machine was intense. Because, of course, now, TV will have you believe that women's boobs are the most sensitive things in the world. No, they're not. Your nipples are, your boobs are not. They're kind of lumps of fat that sit on the front of you, kind of minding their own. They are not the excitement bundles of joy that people seem to think they are. They just live there doing their job, right? But they do not appreciate being squashed. Much like most bits of the body, you know, a little bit of pressure is uncomfortable. Too much pressure just really frickin' hurts. You know, I can stand on your foot. If I stand on your foot in soft shoes and don't put my full weight on it, it'll just be uncomfortable. If I wear a pair of stilettos and slam it through the top of your foot, it's gonna really friggin' hurt. And the machine that they used last time I had one, which was many years ago, admittedly, but I understand it hasn't really changed, is not... It really is quite unpleasant. And is often not done by women who have undergone the procedure, as I find is true with many doctors, is that many of the doctors who are performing less comfortable things have never actually had it done themselves. And this can be stuff that's that's non-surgical, so such as colonoscopies. They've not actually had one, so they don't actually know whether or not it hurts. And this became very apparent when I had leukemia, and I had a thing called a central line. Well, actually it was a Hickman line, but it's kind of the same deal, right? A Hickman line is a tube, much like the size of... much like the size of this, that goes into your body, with a little square grommet on it, so it's about a centimetre square grommet with the thing through it, so that it can't just pull out, right? This bit is important, because what you see when they're done is the little white tube, because they're white, admittedly, with 3 miniature tubes in it, with like little screwy-on connectors on the end that they can attach to things. So that they can attach to a syringe and suck out blood, that they can attach to a pump and pump stuff in. Basically, it is a superhighway into your bloodstream. Now, they obviously pump water in it so that it's not, you know, red and dangling around your, you know, and you stick it around your neck for a laugh. But it is, you know, if they are siphoning blood, well, you will see blood in it because the end is clear. And they have to clean them every day because they're really prone for infection. Obviously, it's way in. And chances are, if you have cancer and stuff, which is part of the reason, obviously, I was having mine. You have pretty shitty immunity, so, well, that's an infection's a pretty bad idea. So, I am shit scared of needles. I am hissing cat in a basket with a needle, right? And it took them, I think it was 9 hours before they managed to get me in a state where they got the thing in me. Partly because the first time they tried, and the second time they tried, and the third time they tried, it didn't work. By this point, I'm screaming. Then they take me down many corridors to a far, far, far away room that was almost like the Frankenstein and his kind of, room of lightning, kind of far away in a dark castle, half run down, because it is an old World War II. It was an old World War II building, hospital, and some of these corridors clearly were the underground passageways of surviving the Blitz and all the rest of it. And so down lots of corridors with 6 inches of paint, lined with beds and bits of things that are broken, and you really feel like you're being taken to the trash pile. And they then pumped me, allegedly, full of stuff like Rohypnol. In fact, it was Rohypnol. And, well, they didn't pump it in, did they? They filled the tube that they'd put in like a cannula in my arm, and they filled the tube of the cannula with the drug to calm me down. But didn't make it into my body, because you could see that they hadn't flushed it. And I'm screaming because they're trying to put it in this line in my neck, and I did not want it in my neck. And so they finally eventually managed to put it in the very first place that they tried and got it right. And only then did the drugs kick in, because my adrenaline had finally gone down to a slightly more normal level by then. But within a week, it had blocked, and they had to take it out. And the doctor came along and went, "Oh, it doesn't hurt." "Oh, doesn't it? Oh, okay." Yank. I just shat myself, because now this 1 little centimetre thing had come out the hole. Well, they didn't do any needles to take it out, they just yank. And, well, out came this little rubber grommet shit that made me nearly shit myself, because it really, well, the skin grows round the hole, so it tightens up. But the grommets are a lot bigger than the hole, and they just pull it through the hole. And, of course, the skin's got feeling. And so, screaming was had. And, anyway, I had to have another one later. They tried again. They did give up in the end, by the way. But I had 2, and then they didn't do a third. But when they came to do the second one, oh, I'm surprised, the second one died too. They went, "Oh, it doesn't hurt." And I went, "Really?" And they kind of took a bit of offence to it. And I went, "And how many of you died? How many of you had, personally?" "Well, I haven't had one." "Well, I've had one and it hurt like a motherfucker." So, I beg to differ. Stop telling people it doesn't hurt. You do not numb the area where the little grey grommet comes out, and they kind of looked at me. "You know there's grey grommet?" "Yeah, I know there's grey grommet because I saw it on the last one." And they kind of went, oh, well, we didn't realise it hurt." "Well, perhaps you should listen to the fact that most of your patients scream when it comes out then." "Oh, is that why?" "Yes, because it fucking hurts." It is. It's like being stabbed with a stiletto on your toe. Once it's gone, the pain does subside, obviously, because it's not there, keeping the pain. But it really freaking hurts. And so, but the problem is they're all busy going around, "Oh, of course it doesn't hurt." "Well, how would you know? How many have you had?" And this is kind of the attitude I've had with most of my doctors since then. Is, remember they go, "It doesn't hurt." And it's like, "And so how many times have you had it done to you?" And they'll kind of look at me and I go, "Until you've had it done to you, please don't be telling me whether it hurts or not. Because you haven't had it done. You don't know that. You might assume that some of your patients might be telling you it didn't hurt, it didn't really hurt, because they're trying to be brave. Because lots of people do be brave in front of the doctor because they want you to just get on with it. So don't be telling me it doesn't hurt, But back to your concerns, right? They are valid concerns. They are very valid concerns. I would say if you've got a fairly close family member who has had breast cancer, especially because they were male, having a few tests over the course of your life is not a bad thing. Now, I do believe they can do a blood test for it. Now, I know that means needles, sorry. But, believe me, it's better than squashing your girls in a vice, which is how they screen for things. And I know it sounds like it should be a better option. I can assure you now, even I would rather take the needle, because I can scream a bit, but it's over with. Having had them squashed, they are not happy for a good while afterwards. At least the needle, once it's gone, right? So, you know, it is worth being checked. Now, part of the reason I am quite adamant about not being checked this time is because A, I've got this far without. B, I've had chemo, it wouldn't fucking dare, surely. I couldn't be less so unlucky I'd get it a third time, surely, right? Surely the big C has done its thing with me now, right? I have no mysterious lumps and bumps, so I am as confident as I can be that I'm fine. I've also never had a cervical smear, pretty much because, and you can blame a British comedian for this, in my very early pre-everything years, so I had done the gloopy thing, but I had not done the fun aspect of being puberty and all the rest of it. Don't call you Shirley, yeah. Alexi Sale described having your hoo-ha looked at for cervical cancer as having a Ford Cortina up there. Now, as a lady who drove a number of Ford Cortinas, this hits me in a way that almost can't hit anyone who hasn't, right? Unless you had a Granada. You're all right if you had a Ford Granada. Now, or Taurus if you're American. If you drove any of those, you can understand why the idea of that up there is distinctly unpleasant. Now, someone did unlock a new fear for me earlier this week. She said she was getting her smear had been abnormal and she was getting a colonoscopy, and I kind of went, well, the name's kind of in the hint. Why are you having a colonoscopy if your sphere was? Oh, because they use the camera. What, they shove that up your hoo-ha? They do what now? Bear in mind it pumps out air and water when they're up there, right? And I'm kind of like, blink, blink. Excuse me? They're putting the camera in your bits to give it a bit of a look round. Now, in theory, kind of not against that, in theory. But having had really bad experiences with my colonoscopies where I know I've got such a way with words, haven't I? You know, with the colonoscopy, because I had such bad experience with them taking a look around, because that's all they did the first time, and when they got to the hairpin bend that's at the top left hand side, they couldn't go around the bend because the camera doesn't bend, right? Need to explain that to you. The colonoscopy camera does... Well, it is a propaganda, but the colonoscopy camera does not bend. Basically, your body has to bend round the colonoscopy camera. So when they got to the hairpin bend at the top of my... it's not the top of your bowel, but on the top of the left, because your bowel kind of comes in, does a bit of a kind of a jiggle, goes up, does like this big hairpin bend, and then kind of once over. Well, because it's too stiff. It's the size of a fucking garden hose, dude. And it's pumping in air and water, and it can have tools in it, right? It just doesn't bend. Now, in my original one, because I will happily agree... Exactly, right? I can tell you now that the inside portion of your body arguably does not have feeling. All of the nerves that give you sensations as a whole are on the outside. So, as a generic rule, this is why you cannot feel food going through your stomach. It's what you can feel it a little bit if you eat something really, really hot, as in temperature hot, not chilly hot. You can sometimes feel it going down, start with a little bit in your chest because the heat radiates out, right? But as it acclimatizes to your body, you stop feeling it. Once it actually meets your stomach, you don't feel it. And so people can eat, washers and nuts and things, and it doesn't hurt because, well, once it's got past all the sensitive parts, nothing has feeling, right? Which is why you don't know you're constipated until you're constipated, because, well, otherwise you'd have felt it, right? You'd know that your guts weren't churning because, well, you could feel that they weren't churning right. Now, sometimes you do get gut ache, but that's usually because the muscles around your stomach that are nearer the outside are working harder or pumping more or whatever, and that's what you're feeling, not your actual innards. So, from that point of view, being logical, my brain went, well, it won't hurt now, will it? Because, well, it won't. Well, no, your bowel does not hurt when it doesn't want to go around the corner. But the muscles it's attached to do. Fucking near scream the place down. And because, as it turned out, I used to have a really, really, really tight hairpin bend at the top. I don't now, because obviously I'm 8 inches shorter and it's straightened out the corner a bit. But I used to have a really, really, really tight corner. And they had to change to the children's one. Imagine the shame of that at the age of 50, having to have them make a call out to get the children's camera in for the 50-year-old patient. Thanks for that. And obviously, previous to that, they'd found Sluggy. They went round the hairpin bend to find Phil. But, in the whole grand scheme of it all, while the hairpin bend portion did hurt pretty bad, to be fair, as long as they weren't moving and I wasn't moving, it didn't hurt. Because, well, it didn't, because no one was causing the pain. After I'd had the Sluggy biopsy, stroke removal, and they'd perforated my bowel, I knew something was wrong. I said, I'm in pain. Well, I woke up screaming. And I this time round, I was not going to be brave and say I don't need any sedation or whatever. I want fucking everything. If you've got hardcore Class A drugs, I'll take it, right? I want to know none of this. And I've always been a bit like that, I don't actually mind what hospital does to me, as long as I'm unconscious when they do it. If you want to draw noughts and crosses on my butt while you do an operation, you do that. I'm unconscious, I won't know, I don't care, right? So if you need to chop a bit out, chop a bit out. If you need to do this, but you will be doing with it with me unconscious. Which is part of the reason I'm squeamish about eyeballs and brains, because they do them both with you awake. So, and I've always been a little bit overly consciously aware of that, and so as a result, I'm sorry, but those are the, I am very I have a bit of a strange view of the human body. And it's not strange if you actually think about it, but it is kind of. So, think about it this way. Liz, the human being. The bit that makes the decision about what Liz does is my brain. Okay? The bit that records what I saw and where I've been is my eyeballs. While the nerves in my skin send messages about what they feel, it goes to my brain, where I remember it. If there were beautiful sounds such as music, laughter, things that make you smile, it's my ears in my head. My head is Liz. The rest is the food processing and transport unit. Therefore, if you wish to do anything to that section of my body, I'm pretty cool with that. I am not body beautiful, so I don't mind if it's looking a little secondhand. I'm cool with that. However, my head is where all the servery bits live, and and basically all the things that make me live. And so, I'm sorry, I would have to be in a real freaking pickle to be agreeing to have surgery on my eyeballs or my brain. Now, given my eyesight is so shit, I have always been a little sensitive over eyesight because, well, I'm blind enough and I don't need it to go wrong and make me worse, that's for sure. So, for example, all of this LASIK eye surgery, you can have your eyesight fixed. Can you really? Well, yes, I know, technically you can, but at my level of prescription, they do not guarantee you perfection. Plus, what they tell you is a success is not always a success. And there was a big thing about this on the TV, where basically, a lot of the time, what they class as fine isn't. So if you end up with really dry eyes that mean you almost constantly have to, pour shit in your eyeballs, otherwise your eyeball's going to dry out and become unfunctional, that's fine. If you see starbursts and you have, distortions and you can't see in the dark because your eyes don't move properly, that's fine. I'm sorry. Well, if I don't go in with that, then it's not fine if I come out with that, right? And then, of course, is the fact that they don't guarantee you perfect eyesight. You still may need glasses. If I'm going through all that shit, I better not fucking need glasses. But of course, now I'm old, because obviously I first looked into this when I didn't need varifocal glasses. But now I'm old. Well, they can't fix it both ways. So we'd still need glasses then. So then I'm not doing it, am I? Because if you're not going to guarantee me I'm going to be able to walk around and see properly, why am I paying you a shitload of money to basically fuck me over? It's a bit like we've all seen the people who have had far too much plastic surgery done to their face and they look like some form of, Picasso state of sculpture, they've got 3 noses, 1 eyeball and a unicorn horn or something. And if that's what they wanted, that's great. But it's kind of a bit far for most of us. We kind of look at it and go, yeah, it's not so hot. When your lips have got 6 time zones, probably not. When you've had your chin chiseled down to the fact that it's kind of the size of my little finger, but you've got cheekbones that have 6 time zones, this is not normal, people. This is not, it's kind of not healthy. If you are fixing a defect, which obviously due to scarring, I have defects on my face, I can relate to that. You see, everyone has a limit, and to an extent, if that's what you were looking for, kudos to you, glad you got it. But do understand that not every, like everything, if you want to dye your hair green, right? Do understand that someone will look at it and kind of go, green? Well, to be honest, she's more worried about the guys with the tattooed eyeballs, because that frequently goes wrong and there is nothing you can do about it. But, like everything, there is a lot of me that, as you say, if you want to split your tongue to be a serpent tongue, you want to dye your eyeballs, you want to put big rings in your ears, you have horns placed in your head, if you want to do all of that, that is great. But also know that not everybody else necessarily will feel comfortable or understand why you want to do it. Now, to a large amount, it's none of their business, it's your body, you can do what you like. But at the same time, many companies these days get funny about things like visible tattoos. Well, you may find that you don't get the job because you're a front-facing person and they do not wish to portray that as their company thing. And sadly, to an extent, they have the right to deny you on the grounds of how you look. Personally, I do have some limitations of body things. I do feel that, now, if you don't have a job and, let's say you're Elon Musk, you've got enough money in the bank to really be doing whatever you like, when you like, how you like. If he wants to do something really radical, I don't know. And I think that is a lot of it. When it still looks like surgery, when it looks like as you say, I know, sticking horns on, right? People know that humans don't have horns. So as a result, they know that is something you chose to do. When you do something that you then try and pass off as you, and you see that works really well, because obviously, he's almost a walking advert for himself, right? But when you have, if you're going to be a hotel receptionist, there is quite a distinct chance that there is someone somewhere in upper echelons that will go, we'd really rather not. But if you are going to be, a hairdresser, if you're going to be, if you're going to be a hairdresser, you can have wacky hair, because you can do the kind of wackiest shit to your hair is showing your technical ability. If you are a tattoo artist, you can have some of the most beautiful tattoos because, well, you're showing off your, maybe not your work, but work of the people around you. You become an advert for your own job. But other people, such as me, I look enough like my avatar that counts, bar the fact that I'm older and slightly more battered. The truth of it all is that there is still an expectation for people to look reasonable, and as you've said, they go for the bimbo thing. That's bad. Well, as you say, it puts an awful lot on young women to be something that's almost not achievable. They're expected to be like size 0 but with decent sized boobs, but boobs are fat. Well, if you're going to be so starved that you barely function, you're not going to have decent sized boobs, you're going to have none at all, but then you look like a boy. Now, there's nothing wrong with looking like a boy, but if you want to be feminine, you can't look like a boy. So then you end up getting filler to make up for the fact that you've got no fat on you because you've got to be skinny. And, and as House also points out, if you are malnourishing yourself enough that to maintain skinny, your internal bodily organs will not fully function. It is quite common that anorexics do not have periods, for example. Yes. And as you say that, and then of course we all know that even if you are remotely the right shape as a model, well, they Photoshop it anyway to make it even more so. And so no one actually looks like the photo. Nobody. And some of the models, if you see some of the models in a casual photograph that is not with them full glammed up and all the rest of it, in their poshest underwear with, 16 hours of makeup and hair done to them, that they're wearing. It is, yeah. And the BBL is, I mean, to be honest, in some ways it seems surprising that the BBL is the most dangerous thing people can do. Because there is a... Well, and this is one of the things, is that, yes, as a generic rule, some men will age, let's call it better than women. But then most men don't have to poop out. I say poop in a non-medical term, because clearly you don't poop out children. But men do not put their body through all the stress of the hormones changing. Part of the reason we get shitty about periods, men, is because of the hormone changes. And as my ex-husband will gladly point out to you, women struggle because it's a 4-week cycle. So let's start on your best week. The best week where, frankly, you're at your best. Week 2. Your body is now planning for next week when you're going to have your period. So now your body's started messing with you. But so week 2, your body is now in the getting ready for week 3 and has already started pumping out hormones and screwing you over. You've now got a face full of spots, you're hot, you're tired, you're feeling fat. Come week 3 actually happens, and well, when things leak out of bits for you that you can't control, especially overnight, no, there is just nothing to be cheery about that, so do not expect cheeriness. Well, when you've had 2 weeks of shit, finally you're coming out the other side for week 3. Well, technically the 4th week, obviously, but, week 3 of the shit. You're getting over the last 2 weeks. So, no, of course, we're not frigging happy about it. So you get 1 week of us being okay and 3 weeks of us being in a mood. Are you really surprised? Please put your body through that roller coaster of chaos and tell me how happy you feel. Because we've all seen the blokes doing the period pain simulator. Yeah, and you all cry like little girls. So don't be pretending it's a fun job we've got. And then, of course, should you have pregnancy, oh my God, you have 10 months. No, it's not 9, guys. It is 10 months of your body doing hormonal things, trying to kill you half of it. And then, of course, once maybe the hormones have kind of settled a bit, but not, gone back to normal, but settled a bit, you're the size of a small house, you can't reach the front of your stomach, and bugger off. It's surprising that women ever have more than one. It truly is. And so, yeah, 10 months, people. Do not think it's 9. Everyone keeps saying 9 months. It's not. It is 10 months. Apparently, I take it on good authority from a number of women. It's actually 10 months. So, admittedly, for the first few weeks, you don't really know anything about it, so you've got a couple of respites before you start. But technically, it is 10 months of torture. And then you wonder why, when it comes to a large bowling ball squeezing out of a small hole, we're screaming, never again, do not come near me, I'll kill you. Have you considered how that works? I mean, from that point of view, it's not so surprising now, is it? And as you say, why is it then that men are allowed to be gracefully, they're allowed to be grey, they're allowed to be white, white-haired, they're allowed to be podgier in the middle, they're allowed to have a bit of a sag here, a bit of a sag there. Now, admittedly, as women, your breasts go south pretty much from the day you get them. And, by the time you're old enough, and if you lose enough weight, well, you'll be tying them to your knees. But why is it, as you say, that every woman who is a celebrity is airbrushed and photo tweaked beyond recognition half the time? I mean, I have seen them do it with male actors in films, to be fair. Cough, Michael Sheen, right? But if you look at some of what goes on, it is nearly always the women that are expected to be... They can't get uglier as they get older. They can't have jowls. They can't have wrinkles. They can't... Whereas it's fine for a man. They can't... It is a very unrealistic standard that women get put under. And then, as you've said, they try and, conform and stay younger looking. They buy 58,000 tonnes of medical products that they slap on themselves, hoping that it will keep their skin perky. And stop wearing makeup, ladies. If you want your skin to be nice, stop drowning it in 58 layers of makeup. But they spend, kind of like their month's wages on product for hair, for skin, for makeup, for clothes, for body, for this, for nails, because people expect them to. Not because they need to. I've got some shit I put in my hair, because I've got long hair. It is down to my waist. I've got some shit I put on the ends of my hair to try and stop them being too scaggy, because, well, I don't like going to the hairdressers. I'm autistic. I have a thing about hairdressers, which is why I have long hair, so I don't need to go. And I will trim my own. Thank you very much. But other than that, I don't do shit. I wash my face. I obviously wash my body, but I don't do skincare. I wash my face. That's it. I don't wear makeup. And you know what? I've got pretty decent skin for someone of my age. And I don't overly look my age. I mean, these days 50 doesn't look as bad as it used to, but there used to be plenty of people my age who looked frankly old and haggard. I'm not that kind of person. I could use with being a few pound less, well, maybe more than a few, but the reality is I'm in reasonable shape, bar the modifications life has given me. But there are so many people out there who, like you say, they went because, I was getting... It's when you see the anti-aging cream and the girl on the advert's got to be like 18 and you're kind of going, love, your skin's not even finished developing yet. What do you mean, anti-aging? You're 18, love. It's not even finished. It's still growing. Because, by the way, people, you don't finish technically growing until your 20s. So, can you not pretend that you've got older wrinkles? There was one in the UK. It was an advert. And, yeah. There was an advert in the UK where they literally almost put coal dust on her in lines to make her look like she had wrinkles. And you could see it from space. It was false. And so obviously in the next one, she'd had a watch. And you're like, nah. But when they're barely fetuses, they do not need anti-aging cream. Exactly. No way at the age... I mean, this is one of the things that I really feel sorry for children. When I was 13 years old, yes, the girls and the boys didn't play in the playground anymore. But they probably did until they were about 10, right? And it was not playing at what they play at these days. It was, playing tag, football, skipping, proper childish outdoor activities. Today, I have heard children as young as 5 or 6 claiming they have a girl or boyfriend. Yes. Well, I've seen kids of younger than that claiming they have girlfriends and boyfriends. And it's not, he is a boy and he is my friend and I'm using the word wrongly. They are snogging. They are snogging at that. Well, there are children of 8-year-olds who have done the do, right? And when I was 8, I wasn't even... I mean, the idea of kissing a boy, oh, that's fucking gross. You've got lurgies. It truly is. You've got cooties, right? Because, well, I won't say we were innocent, because we weren't. But you just didn't. You didn't need to. And you didn't really start thinking about that until hormones really kicked in. And then you were kind of like, oh, yeah, I know you lot. I remember what you were like when you were little. Ew, no. And so it is, as you say, we set a lot of women up for feeling like failures. I personally am one of life's failures because my parents constantly were disappointed with everything I did. Well, one of the things, I know this is a very difficult subject, but one of the things that I know I've struggled with is fully understanding when parents claim that their like 5 month old baby is trans. How do they know? That feels like it is being forced upon them. Now, I was a tomboy. I did lots of little. Yeah, it is. I mean, I did lots of little boy things as a girl because, well, boy things were more interesting. But that didn't make me a boy. I climbed trees, I rode bicycles, I threw things. I was very good at throwing things. Um, so with all of these things in mind, but it doesn't make me a boy. I wore trousers, doesn't make me a boy. Until you're in a level of consciousness where I would say puberty is imminent, what you feel about that is really just made up. I swear an awful lot of it. But you see, that's the thing. Exactly, right? Now, I do agree with you that just because a little girl goes, I'm a boy today, but I don't think necessarily at a really young age they understand the full implications of that. Because of course they don't. If you ask them, is an 8-year-old old, they're going to say yes, for example. Well, of course 8-year-old's not old. We know that. Because, well, we're old farts now in comparison. And frankly to them, even you, darling, are a dinosaur. So well, and that's the thing. Like you said, is it really any different for them going, I'm Batman, I'm a horse. I'm a horse. I'm not going to pretend that I didn't. I've also been a dog, and I'm not going to pretend I didn't do that either. But neither of them were my forever bodily choice. I did not require surgery to become one. I was pretending stupid. I mean, maybe I was being stupid, but at the same time, I mean, I had a friend who was really into horses, and at playtime we used to cant around the play school because we were little, right? But this does not mean I need surgery to be a horse, and that is, of course, the difference. You can, as you say, if I want to go around and pretend today that I am a dog, and you can call me Spot, then, well, it's not doing anyone any harm now, is it? Right? And so, as you say, telling them they're being stupid is not the answer. Yes, exactly. Going as far as hormone surgeries, etc., because little Johnny, age 5, said that he was a girl today, is a little stretched. Now, it is something to bear in mind that if Johnny keeps saying that today he wants to be called Claire and that he's a little girl, perhaps this is a little more deep-rooted. But that is a conversation to have and try and understand. It is, as you say, don't dismiss it because they're not doing anyone any harm. No, but if you, there's quite a few videos of children around the world, but certainly ones I found for the UK, where at the age of 16, because they were still going, yeah, I think I should be whatever I'm not today, that they then got put through as, oh, well, of course, we'll give you surgery, we'll give you hormones, we'll give you all of that. Before, obviously, they got to the point of true finishing puberty, so they got on puberty blockers fairly early on. They were then given surgery at 16 to become a opposite gender of what they were. And by 20, they regretted it and have all changed back. Because they were not mature enough. Now, like everything, there will be those who at the early age of whatever absolutely bodily know in their soul that they are the wrong gender, but they're probably a lot less than the ones who think they do, but will change their mind later. Now, obviously, you can't know in advance if people are going to change their mind later, but that was part of the reason that back in the day, they made people live as the other gender for a considerable time and go through a lot of counselling to determine whether this was a bit more faddish. The problem is I think there are a lot more than people understand, and enough of there is a considerable movement of the people who did go through it early, then change their mind, and the percentage of those is significant. It's not less than 5%. We are talking 60-70% of them, and lots of us, if you'd asked many of us, what did we want to be when we were 12? So even if you start, what did you want to be when you were really little, like 3 or 4? You would have wanted to be something really stupid like a horse, a dinosaur, Batman. You'd have wanted to be daft shit. Once you're a bit older, so, And this is why I know it's a difficult subject, because it also varies between nations, and I think that never helps either, because different countries have different views, and also each person who goes through it has different experiences. And, technically I am also in the LGBTQIA category, but I don't do anything about it. I don't care. I don't feel people need to know. But I am in that category. But it is one of those things is that because people's experiences differ, it does. One of the things that I get really irate about, and in fact was part of my argument with my boss this morning, was that if something makes you feel some kind of way, nobody can tell you you did not feel that. No one can say to you, you're lying, that's not important. Because if it made you feel that, it made you feel that. It's a fact. It's not a choice. I think those numbers different over here anyway. But we do, in essence, my conversation with my boss this morning went as follows. There is a meeting and it is labelled in the name of the company, but non-company members are in it. We were told in the meeting this morning that there had been a complaint that stuff was being discussed in front of client, but client is in this meeting called company meeting, and I pointed out that to my autistic brain cell, it doesn't feel right that we have a meeting called company meeting, but that we have non-company people in it, where you are telling us to air, I feel really depressed today, I'm not in the mood, I hate everybody. You want us to discuss that. But you're now saying doing it in front of the client, but then you also have just told us that the client has complained because they felt that we derailed a meeting, even though we actually didn't. And in fact, the person who complained was the person who derailed the meeting. We've been discussing it all afternoon. But I pointed out that from an autistic point of view, the fact that it is called company meeting and you are telling us to bring up personal stuff, which is nothing to do with the client, in front of the client, and yet at the same time you're going to accept that they've complained that things of a non-work... I'm sorry, you can't have it both ways. It doesn't fit. And he was like, oh, well, you know, you're the only one to complain. Well, maybe I'm the only one who bothered to say anything. Maybe there's a whole host of things. Now, fortunately, my co-worker, who knows me very well, stood up for me, and even the HR bird who happened to be in the meeting seemed to think that I was raising some valid reasons. Manager didn't follow it, didn't understand. And I kind of pointed out to him, you cannot tell me how that makes me feel. I feel uncomfortable because of this and the fact that that doesn't make sense to me. You cannot change that. You know, yes, I can be wrong. Yes, maybe I am overreacting. Maybe this, maybe that. But it still makes me feel that way. Rightly or wrongly, that's how it makes me feel. And he got really quite upset about it. And this, as you say, when it comes to people who are trans, if they feel that they are another gender, nobody else can decide that for them. Now, I do believe there are a few of them who do it for attention. But it's like anything in life. There is always going to be a minority who are out to spoil it for everyone else. And 99.9% of people are great, wonderful, lovely human beings. And really, does it matter whether you wear a dress or not? Really, does it matter? You know, if you, you know, matters to nobody other than your partner what gender you think you are. And to the rest of us, it doesn't matter. It's not important. So this is where places like this are good, because you have, arguably, it is really sad, but one of the other things that has come out more recently is an awful lot of people who are trans have a level of autism. And as someone who is autistic, the not fitting in category is huge. And is some of it, especially when at an early age, because you feel you might, I'm not putting words in anyone else, but I can see that people could feel that it is being used because maybe they don't fit in with the people who biologically they're supposed to fit in. They feel they might fit in better with the other half. So that they, and it's, I do find it curious that autism is highly linked to trans in a lot of ways, because that doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense. I don't see, from a biological standpoint, how that should link, but apparently it's quite very common. And so, but as you say, the problem with a lot of these things is that there's a lot of grey, there's a lot of crossover, there's a lot of people who have issues that isn't this, but isn't that, but it's kind of like a bit of that, but a bit of that and all. And then they get lumped into something, and people then make assumptions about that. And, you know, I find that I've always been open about being autistic. I got diagnosed as dyslexic, and then much later I got diagnosed as autistic. Because when I was a kid, they didn't do that. Being diagnosed dyslexic was not a thing. They just told you were stupid and slapped you. Now, one of the things I will say is that because I grew up in a time when if you were too autistic, you were put in a home where you basically got to sit at the staring window, people were scared to have their children diagnosed as autistic, so basically tried to beat it out of you. Now, obviously, they didn't literally try and beat it out of you. What they did do was reprimand you for abnormal behaviour. So if you threw a wobbly because your peas were touching your carrots, they slap the crap out of you because it's unnecessary. It's not going to change anything. You will not die. Shut up. And so people of my era learnt to behave more normally to mask the people that they are. Now, I'm not saying that what we do today is right or wrong. I do think it's gone very much the other way. And that sometimes, maybe a bit too far. Because just because it makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean it can't happen. Doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. People can be uncomfortable. And there was a comedian who stood on stage and said, "Oh, so you're offended?" "Yeah, and? What's going to happen because you're offended?" "Nothing." There is nothing wrong with being offended. Be offended. But it doesn't mean the whole world has to change. And there are good points and bad points. There are limits. There are acceptably, people should be offended if, they're entirely slating nations, colours, creeds, because it's no all of anything is the same. But if one person finds, I don't know, the colour of your shirt or the smell of your dinner offensive, just apologise. They're not going to die from being offended. You're not going to be, you're not going to die because they're offended about you. So there are times when there is a bit of scope for a bit of leeway in both directions. Now, people having problems with the entire swathes of group on principle, that is a bad thing. You can't make a decision that, all this is that. It doesn't work that way, because all of everyone. If you take a class full of kids, even if they've got a lot in common, they're going to be different. So you can't go all these. One of the things I would say to you, and probably won't sit hugely well, but I see that a lot of people, such as myself, who are on the outside of that, we go through a lot on behalf of what is quite a small minority in the world, and yet it's still not enough. So, from that point of view, it can become a problem because some, not all, will make out that, I mentioned to it before, we've got a team of people at the company I used to work for. Sorry, they have a team of people because I don't work there anymore. There is 20 people whose dedicated job is for people like yourself. Well, where's the dyslexic team? Because that's a real problem in a workplace. Your gender shouldn't matter in a workplace. But if people can't read important information, surely that matters. Well, there isn't anyone for a dyslexic group. There isn't anyone for an autistic group. There isn't. Only the transgender community has a team of 20 people in that company, full-time, doing things for them. And the company, as far as we know, has about 5 people who are out of nearly 20,000. Think about that. So they're a team of 20 people looking after about 5. And yet, everybody, and I can tell you now, everybody at work goes through sensitivity training, this, that, the other, to make sure they are aware of things that could be seen to be hurtful. And I think that's the thing. From the outside, it's never going to be entirely easy to understand what it's like for you, because we're on the outside. But I also think from the inside, it's not easy to understand what it's like on the outside, because, well, you're on the inside. No other way. We know potentially no other way. Yes and no, but at the same time, if you come and stand to me if you stand in front of me wearing bright pink dress with lots of frills of lace, you got a pair of high heels on, long flowing hair, done your makeup on, got a great set of nails that, frankly could gouge at half a mile. If someone then says to you, her, because they didn't know any different. Now, if they repeatedly say her and you wish to be called he, that I understand, because they are not listening to what you've said and you are being ignored. That is different. But quite a few times, the paddy fit that goes on is someone says dude, which is generic, as a whole. I mean, I know technically, obviously, dudes are guys, but it's mankind. It is dude. It is not meant as a gender comment. It is dude. I watch a stream who calls everyone boys. I'm not a boy. I hardly am. Can't have double J boobs and be a boy. But, well, you can, but you know what I mean. I am... Exactly. But you see, they're the people who... And that's what I meant about the minority spoil it for everybody else. Because they're the people that other people remember. If you go about your life and, if I was to turn up tomorrow and say, right, my name's John, I'm wearing men's clothes, it's really not a big stretch, right? So tomorrow, let's say I'm going to be John. Great. But everyone's memories are of Liz. Liz was a girl. So if they say Liz did this and she said that, I am not the kind of person who pitch fit at that, because I know I struggle with that one personally. I've got a couple of trans friends who, one of them, it just made every bit of sense. One of them was a little bit more of a surprise. But at the same time, my memories are of a man, a very manly man, more to the point, because he was short and stocky and very blokey looking. And my memories with him were with him, as a man, as a husband, as a father. Now, they are remarrying and he still obviously has children, but she has children. However, I have not met her female persona. She's in another country. She moved. And so for me, it is difficult, but at the same time, it's emotionally not difficult, because whether she's female or male doesn't matter to me. I'm not the one in bed with her. I don't care. My memories are of a man. However, I am proud of her for doing what she feels is right. And it is always going to be difficult. Is exactly, right? So, I mean, for example, you're in our channel. You don't have a male or female name. Clearly, it's not like you've come in as Sally. It's so... I try not to make assumptions as to what gender people are by their name, because, well, it's just a name, right? It's a character name. It's not even often their name. I mean, obviously mine's my name, but I mean, Sugar Bear's hardly likely to be their real legal name, okay? I mean, it could be, but it's unlikely, right? So I don't care whether you're male or female. Right, but think of it the other way around. Why does no one make me feel heard and seen? I'm autistic. I have problems in life. No one stands out for me. And I think sometimes the fact that I know... Well, let me give you an opinion of someone I know very dearly. They struggle because at every turn they are reminded, you must change everything about what you do for a smaller number of people. You must not do this. You cannot say this. You must do these training courses. You must do all of this. And it's all for a smaller number of people, where no other smaller member of group gets the same consideration. And they find that the fact that, we'll use vegans as a joke because they're a bit of a meme for it. You always know when you've met a vegan because they'll tell you, right? And it's almost the same. You can't meet people without them telling you. Well, if you don't tell everybody, for example, your character's on a screen. I don't know what gender you are unless you tell me. If you don't tell me, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have a problem because we wouldn't know. If you tell me you're a bloke, I'll assume you're a bloke. If you tell me you're a girl, I'll assume you're a girl. And everyone else will, because, you know, that's how text works, right? It is more complicated when there's visual. So if you meet someone and they have an exceptionally feminine appearance and want to be called John and he, and that can be hard because when you look round, people go, is it the girl in the corner? And you can't really go, no, it's a bloke. Well, you can, but it's probably not the first thing on your mind. Now, should it be? Yes or no? You should be letting them know that they will not appreciate being called a girl. But it is difficult that I very much understand how it is to be treated as expected to be something you're not. I very much relate to that, but in a different way. And I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. I certainly don't want you to feel uncomfortable. But if you don't tell people and you come in a chat and you go, hi, you know, my name's, you know, you don't obviously have to give your name, but if you say, you know, oh, you know, I did this, and it's a girly thing, such as, you know, I went and had my nails done. I mean, I know men do go and get manicures, but they say and get manicures, they don't have their nails done, right? It's the tiny things, like you say. People will assume probably you're a male. But if you're not male, at the same time, you can always go, no, I'm female. Because my nickname on a lot of programming forums is Bug Finders. There's no gender in that. And the number of people go, dude, bloke, he. I don't get pissy because they called me he, because, well, they can't tell through a screen that I'm a girl. And, you know, picture of a dog is not exactly gender specific here. So they're not going to know, and it doesn't bother me. And in fact, to an extent, being thought of as male makes them listen to me more, because there are still people out there who will believe that a woman wouldn't know. I suffered from it at work. I actually had a manager once tell me, and that's fair enough. But what I mean is, though, is that because of the name you've got, you have an ambiguous name. Like Bug Finders, it does not tell anyone whether you're male or female. And so if you don't tell them, new people won't know. And therefore, they will not treat you funny because they don't know. If you say to them, you know, if they kind of go, oh, hi, you know, I'm so-and-so, and you know, maybe they say, oh, ask Silkenon, he, and you go, oh, I'm not a he, I'm a girl, then they'll go, oh, shit, sorry, I assumed. And then that'll be it. That'll be the last you hear of it, because they don't know any different. And so, like a lot of it is, because you have... Dog, will you shut up? If you do not out yourself, people won't then have a problem with it, because they don't know. Rude to you, but will you shut up? I'm busy. I have not ordered food. There is no one coming. The light is not on. Get over it. Will ya? Right. Well, so what does if your name's Finnish, in Finnish, what does it mean in Finnish? As I've said, I don't care if you're male, female, or if you believe that you're a little blue fairy who lives at the bottom of my garden. As long as you're happy, I'll be happy about it. And that's true with all my friends, which is why both my trans friends felt very comfortable telling me that they were doing their thing, right? I have some gay friends. I have a manner of splattering of people. But I also know someone who is so homophobic, you know, it's surprising they can get out of bed. But Fair enough. Now, as I've said to you, my nickname on a lot of forums is Bug Finders. And part of that is because... But you see, Bug Finders is not a way of me masking whether I was male or female. That was never it. Bug Finders is because I'm really good at finding bugs and shit. But it's stuck. I have a couple of nicknames. One was Liz the Wiz, which started when I first learnt to speak. Pretty much give me a piece of software and I will break it. I only have to look at it and it will die. I used to have companies actually asking me to join, even if they'd like done they'd do private, alpha and beta. I would get an email. Please, will you join? Please, 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 will you join? We'll give you a free copy at the end of it. No, I'm a computer nerd as a profession. But even though, and I'm not talking as in I work for the companies that were doing it, I got so many free copies of software because they would go to me, please join please join this, and I would log in and go, well, that's spelt wrong. Even though I'm dyslexic, that's spelt wrong, that doesn't work, this gives an error, and I would give exact examples of how to get there and what to do. And I literally had thousands of pounds of software for free because I would join and go, bug. Basically, I can't move for finding bugs. And I hang out on Stack Overflow, which is rather famous for being a programming thing. And the number of people who said to me, your name's genius, because I will find bugs that other people won't. There was one, and there was this guy, and I've never forgotten this post. He had a load of codes, and it wasn't working. And it would error on one code, and he goes, I don't get it. Why is this not working? And I looked at it and went, that one minus sign's a slightly different character to the other minus sign. That's why that's not the same character, so it doesn't recognise it. And he went, how in the did you find that? I don't know, I could just see it. Why? And that's it. And so Bug Finders is one that I've kept for years. I was Liz the Wiz because when I was little I couldn't say Liz, and so it would be Wiz, and so I was Liz the Wiz, right? It also works because on a number of other levels, but Liz the Wiz was the other one. When I joined here, I just went with Liz Kimber because I thought it would be a bit weird to be in a big sea of other people and those names wouldn't really fit. And I have thought of changing it to Crafty Liz or something, but, and keep my surname out of it a bit. But, whatever. It's not too hard to find my surname. It's not like it's sacred or anything. It's not like I'm a member of the royal family or, anything famous. So, it's whatevs, right? Should I become the next Mr. Beast or something, maybe I would need to be a bit more private about some of my details. But, as you said, right? Excuse me, what are you eating now? You're being a pain in the butt, little one. Yes, little one. Yes, you, the little brown dog. Little brown dog of annoyingness. Yeah. This is Amy. Amy is a bit of a crackhead, a bit of a scatterbrain. We have a very short attention span. Well, Amy almost has excessive ADHD. If ADHD was in a dog, this is it personified. She literally almost can't keep an attention on anything, including her food for that matter. Well, animals are funny. It is funny how, like I was talking about the ducks earlier. The ducks, I could see a personality in the ducks. They're just freaking ducks. But I could see a personality in them. And sometimes it seems crystal clear. If they had like an LCD panel on the front and it would say personality noted is, and that bit would be whatever, right? Some people have it on their faces, other people don't. And sometimes it would be nicer if they did, because then you know which ones are the snakes. But, little brown dog here, Amy, is hyper annoying because tonight is takeout night, and tonight Mummy usually orders nuggets. Doggy nuggets. You get chicken nuggets, don't you? Pretty much wherever I find to order my dinner from, whichever dinner I choose to eat, usually they sell nuggets. And I get some nuggets. So, little one is feeling the need for nuggets, I believe. Did you just growl at me? How rude! How rude! You growled at me. It's not a proper growl. It's more the impatient, how dare you kind of thing. But how rude, little one. You live here rent-free with not a care in the world, with all of your love and things taken care of. I feed you, love you, play with you, buy you things, pay Christ knows how much in your rent. Don't you answer back when I'm talking to you. You rude dog. We do this a lot. He doesn't say a word. Well, that's not quite true. Occasionally he says a word, but it's nearly always her because she's a gobby cow. But she is ADHD kid. He is. If I didn't know better, he's a dope head. He is the most laid back, carefree animal I've ever met. He doesn't like it if I'm kind of using my couch and he's on it. But realistically, that's the only time he ever make noise. When I first had them, I had them. Exactly, she does, and we have long conversations. We really, really do. I'm not entirely sure what amount, but we do have long conversations. And most of it is kind of like roo. Pity paws, because she does the little pity paw things where she dances with her front feet because she's excited. But we do whine a lot. We do roo a lot. We do grumble a lot. And so we have many conversations to express our wordage on the matter. We are quite a vocal little girl. But when I first got them, she would bark, she would woof, she would roo, she would growl, I never heard a peep out of him. And because Charlie, the little guy, my icon, died had to be put down due to a medical condition, I was concerned that there was something wrong with Rory and that maybe something was wrong with his throat, because he, like Charlie did, suffers a bit of if you eat too fast, he tends to chuck it because air goes down, he doesn't burp very well, and it comes back up. So he does it with water, he does it with food, he can't eat too fast. And I've got a number of doggy gadgets to help slow that down. She can eat, probably my entire head whole and not notice. And so because he was different, I also then realised I'd never heard him made a noise. This included if you trod on his paw or whatever. He doesn't squeak. He literally never made a noise. And I'd had them neutered, and he still hadn't made a noise, even when he was in a bit of pain from that. He didn't make any noise. So it's hard to tell whether he's got something wrong, because he literally makes zero noises. As I say, when you can stand on his paw and he won't even squeak, whereas Charlie, you only had to touch his fur and he thought you were ripping it off, and he would scream the house down. And he'd be going, I haven't actually touched you yet, Charlie. Oh, shit, okay. Rory doesn't do that. Rory is deathly quiet. So I took him to the vet because I was convinced there was something wrong with him. Yeah, little shit whined the whole way there. Now, admittedly, it wasn't very loud, but he actually whined the whole way there. Rory has... Now, this is not a slur against anyone, but Rory is a little bit... Rory has a thing for men up ladders. So, Rory is clearly not into girls, particularly. I mean, he likes to say hello and he likes a good pat on the head and a hug, but he's really into men up ladders. That reminds me of Maddie. Maddie was a totally black dog, and like all black dogs feel they're absolutely invisible. They think they're little ninjas. So Rory, for example, is currently trying to creep onto my lap. You can just about make out his, well, yeah, you can't quite see him, but he is, well, he's just the other side of my hand, right? He's sitting on my lap and holding my hand, frankly. But I was asleep. Well, I was asleep once. Now, I sleep funny. I am aware I sleep funny. I am not asleep and unconscious like everybody else. I am fully conscious. I am aware of what goes on. But my brain will only actually remember and tell me things if it's important. So, for example, there is a motorway about, I don't know, 3/4 of a mile from here. One morning, there was a spectacular smash on it. And I'm closer to it than my neighbours. My neighbours were like, "Oh my God, did you see you heard the bang this morning?" "No. What bang?" "Well, the crash on the motorway." "Was there? Okay." "What do you mean you didn't hear it? It shook the house." "Didn't it? Okay." I didn't hear it." "Well, I did, but I didn't remember it." At the same time, for example, I was asleep. I got stung in the night by a wasp, little shitbag. I woke up knowing that I'd woken up because I'd been stung. I've never been stung in my life before or since. I've only ever been stung the once. Turns out I am violently allergic to them, by the way. But I got stung. I flicked it, ting, heard it bounce off the radiator. But how did I know where it was? Well, obviously there was a pain, but I didn't know it was still there. Because my brain knew, right? Maddie then got up and ate it, so it didn't live very long. Now that's fine, that's slightly different. But if I tell you that the girl who can sleep through basically a multiple pile up on the motorway that shook my neighbour's house, at the same time, should there be a very, very, very quiet beeping in a cupboard in a box downstairs, I will hear that and wake up because it's not supposed to be there. I wake up fully knowledgeable about why I'm waking up. So, for example, when my ex-husband and I were still together, I obviously snored, farted, whatever in the night, for whatever reason. Anyway, he went and chose to sleep in the spare room. I woke up, sitting up, so kind of like, hey, I'm sitting up. That's a bit weird. Charlie was growling and leaping, literally mid-prep to leap, and this is all split-second shit. I put my hand on the dog and went, "It's right, it's Trev." How did I know? Well, because even though I hadn't sensed that he wasn't in the bed at that point, I hadn't sensed that he'd slept in the other room because I can't see that far and it was dark. It's not like he was going for a pee. I knew it was Trev coming out of the spare room because that's where he'd been sleeping. But I'd been asleep. I am fully aware. To the point, there can be a noise. So let's say there's a really loud bang. If it's inside my house, I will wake up knowing exactly where in my house that bang came from, even though by the time I am actually conscious, the actual noise has dissipated. If it's outside my house, who the fuck cares? Because it's outside, right? I have done it so many times, but when I was with Trev, he had his phone on like hyper silent almost. It was almost like beep, 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 right? That was downstairs in a cupboard, in a coat pocket with the door shut. Round the corner, it really was, I woke up and you could almost not audibly hear it, but it woke me up because I knew that SMS message noise going off constantly was wrong. And so I woke him up to say, "Your phone's going off downstairs." I hear things. I am fully conscious, and I've always known this. I am not obliterated to the world around me. I am fully conscious. I wake up knowing exactly where everybody and everything is. And you can blame my parents for that. Because they started it. But I have always been that way. And so, yeah,
If it's important, I'll wake up and I'll know about it. If it's not important, my brain is kind of like, yeah, it's not important enough. And I don't really reach fully consciousness and I will not remember it because it wasn't important. If it was important, I'll know everything about it and be woken up. I am constantly processing all night and I am awake and I am basically lucid, but I'm in kind of hibernation. Parts of my brain that are connected are in hibernation mode, but the rest of it's still ticking over. I'm awake, which is why I wake up in the morning and I've solved everything because, well, overnight my brain sorted it out. Because I was awake, and I'll wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and my brain's gone, solved it now. You know the answer's this, don't you? And I go, oh yeah, that's a really good idea, brain. Thanks for that. And come the morning, I will remember it because my brain knew. Whereas, no, if it's not important, no. Still haven't sorted out my car. It's only been 2 months. Really must do that. Sorted out other things this morning, but not that. You know, it is difficult, but as I said, you are always welcome here. We do not care whether you're black, white, green, what religion you are, what gender you are, whether you've changed your mind 28 times this week. We really don't. That's not the important part of you. Are you happy? Do you need to talk about some worries in your life? Do you want to join in the madness and mayhem of me twisting bits of string? That's all that matters. And we take you as you present yourself. So if you don't want to share it, you don't tell us, we won't know. It's, you know, it really is that simple. And you know, I was on a stream of someone who is trans, and their moderator had a go at me when they all sat slagging something off. So there was a picture on the screen of a girl who didn't really have a chin, didn't really have an eyebrow. It was a craft pattern, right? And they were all dishing how bad it was. And I said, well, at least she can draw, you know, well, at least about her eyebrows, she can always draw one in. I understand it's all the rage, because obviously people on makeup videos draw their eyebrows in every day, right? She basically told me to sod off for that. And I was really hurt, because I was not the one criticising her. I was being practical and helpful. I was helping her, you know, it's a fucking craft picture, fit in. And she had to go at me, not everybody else. And I left that as a result, because I was hurt. So I do not want to do that to anybody. But I do want to get some food because it's now 20 to 8 and I'm hungry. So yes, I shall end stream here. I don't know how many of you can hear me because, of course, adverts. May not stream tomorrow. I will try. It will depend on what I can set up for tomorrow. So let me typey some of this out.